That's good lemonade. Hey everyone, how you doing today? Yeah. I probably should update that at some point. I just realized as I was sitting here drinking my lemonade that it was kind of like that "it's fine" meme. So it's not quite lemonade. It's actually the Suja organic stuff: ginger love, purified water, lemon, ginger, and pineapple. So, in any case, let's change the background back. I'm sure I want to talk seriously about web components today, and I did make this so that I could do the stream cover, but I am not here to simply piss people off. So let's get this started. All right. Where's the reddish coconut water? Well, they didn't have it at Costco this week, and I gotta save what we have left right now for the smoothies. No, it's great to see everyone coming here, joining in. Honestly, I'm straight up. I mean, I knew that this article would get under some people's nerves. It would spark some discussion, but I wasn't expecting the type of discussion that ended up happening and to like the extent of it. Because I feel like I wrote the same article like 4 years ago. I was a little bit stronger in the language, but I was kind of trying to get at the same sort of things. And so, it's one of those examples where like I'm working on some stuff, actually a lot of stuff related to Solid 1.9 release, and new fellowship. I don't know, say his name, is it Tito? Working a lot on DOM expressions, and a lot of that work was involved actually improving our web component support. Most of the features that drove the 1.9 release were in some way related to our handling of web components, like whether it was like, a Boolean attribute indicator, or like, some of the small little changes, some event delegation updates and stuff like that. And it's one of those funny things because as soon as you do some work, you go, oh, now there's a whole bunch of new issues you discover, right? It's just like peeling back the layers. And got in this kind of discussion with some of the more pro web component folks in the Solid Discord, people in the ecosystem team, and involved, I'd say, like in the core 30 to 40 set of maintainers that are building a lot of the libraries, a lot of the important pieces of Solid's ecosystem. There's a certain contingent, let's say, of web component forward people there, and they were talking about some stuff and about like it was pushing a little bit hard in one direction. I was like, and I kind of like was just like, no, just stop. That like it's not that cut and dry, and that's debate honestly is what sparked me writing the article. It was primarily around this kind of like utopian future they were painting. I mean, I pulled all the rest of the stuff in as I was writing, but it like, I think what I struggle with most with web components, before we even get like deep into the discussion, is that the fundamental promise of web components doesn't seem like one that, like, I don't even know if it's a real promise. This is where it's like dangerous to say things, because people are like, we're not claiming to be able to do that, but then in the same paragraph, like 2 sentences later, they will. So watch for it throughout the stream as we talk about this topic. You'll see what I'm talking about. There's this sort of weird holier than thou, but then like backtrack on it, like, and it happens over and over and over again. And I was just like, let's talk about the reality of what it is for future proofing or maintaining software projects. What does this actually look like, and do web components actually have any impact on that at all? And so I wrote an article, kind of tying in what I'd experienced working on Solid 1.9 and like this discussion. And I literally wrote it in a morning. I was like, it's like I gotta dropped my daughter off at school, came home, started thinking about it a bit, like reading a bit of the discussion from the previous day, catching up on it because it kept on going overnight after I'd gone to bed. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to write this down. Like I've already wasted enough stuff in this chat. And then I kind of finished the article, posted a draft around 11 in the morning in the Discord, in the ecosystem channel. And like, look, guys, what do you think? Right. And then I published it. It was a very just off the top of my head kind of thing, because like if I wanted to sit there and pick apart web components, we could write like 10 articles way longer. That's not really what I was trying to do there from like a technical aspect. There's devil in the details. We'll talk about some of it today. But what I want to do is like step back high level to kind of look at, you know, what the overall impact is and how it influences what the web looks like. I often talk about, you know, when I'm doing like reactivity, I'm often talking about like doing this demo, doing this thing completely changed the shape of how I think about reactivity. Like mutable reactivity, it's not a thing that we talk about much, right? It's not a place that people have explored at all. But after doing that Trello demo, I started thinking about that more and realized that there is a whole different avenue. And then my whole rest of my world shifted around that. Once I understood that, well, the thing that I took to be fundamental was not as fundamental as I thought it was. And I feel like the web component conversation has a lot of elements of that, which is hard to put in the form of a tweet. It's hard to even write it effectively in a single article. But I'm hoping that through discourse, we can find ways to communicate these things in such a way that it makes sense to people. I think. Okay, how you doing, chat? Sorry, that was like my long-winded intro. Hello, a lot of hellos. When do you say the green screen? Yeah. Awesome. Great to see you. Howdy, David. Everyone knows 1.9. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. There's still a ways to go. I'm waiting for Mr. to disagree. I hope he does. I mean, I saw the Theo stream. We'll talk about a couple things from that today. Don't get me wrong. The biggest thing that we need here is education. I feel like on both sides of the argument, a lot of untrue facts are made, which really muddies it, which makes it really difficult. I'm hoping that people, you know, on maybe more on the web component side of things, actually understand that while, say, framework authors aren't always like the most up to date, always on, you know, where it, you know, web component specific spec is. Like, to be fair, no more than we are of other frameworks, you know, like how aware of, you know, how SolidWorks is, I don't know, just Andrew Clark. I don't know. He's vaguely aware, but like you don't know that, but you kind of like, you have a certain positional understanding. But it's not because, I'm very clear, and I think it'll be clear through the course of the stream, it's not because there's like lack of understanding of the platform. I had some really funny replies where people told me the Google mutation observer and like Google this, and I'm like, this kind of attitude isn't really working, right? It's, you know, why do I know about mutation observers and that they queue on a microtask? Well, because I had to build a polyfill for promises back for IE11 back in, you know, 2012 or 13. I made this microtask queue library. It's still on NPM. You can go check it out. We know what we're talking about. So this isn't like, I think it's really easy to divert the conversation, and that's what we're going to be careful about today. I think I'm actually going to keep like a HackMD or maybe like an Excalidraw where we can like collect notes, make sure we don't like overly circle back on topics, because these topics tend to get really circular. They tend to go around and around, and you'd be like, part of it is definitions and people talking past each other. But the problem with only putting it there is the same problem you have with like, oh, right tool for the right job. Sure, but you can also kind of do anything with anything. So like, sometimes the effective end result is actually what matters. So just like sectioning it off that way isn't really interesting or true. So just there will be comparisons between frameworks and what a difference in the definition of a framework versus a library, or a framework versus a framework, or a component versus a component. This is all part of the conversation. Just saying it's different, like A to B, is insufficient in having this conversation, because there is overlap. You can't just say, oh, you're comparing two uncomparable things. That's not true. They are very comparable. You have to consider it holistically, both from, inputs and outputs. Sorry. Anyway. Awesome. Great to see you, Nate. Yeah, when Theo was covering adding the context that people were trying to convince you of the utopia in the Discord. Yeah, exactly. Is it true that there's gaps on the story, so I don't actually know this. I know that there was a strong contingent at Google who really wanted to push it, and they found, not just Google, they found agreement in other major companies. Apple, to be fair, the first version might have been pushed by Google and then like almost had the backtrack. You got to think a bit about, like, because there's a V0 versus V1. Apple, for example, wanted things to be a little more locked up, so to speak. But this is, web components as they are today, regardless of the history of them, are the union of several major companies to come up with a standard that appeals, that works for them all. So like, this is a monumental effort, and it involves a lot of important players that are somehow finding consensus between each other, right? Each with their own use cases, their own incentives, their own like motivations. So we do have to, even if early days there's some kind of salacious story here, I'm going to try and focus on what web components are today, because I feel like if we put all the history in it, we will talk a bit about history, we're not going to get a completely accurate take. Is this going to be a spicy stream? Probably. Yeah, there's probably a bit of this. It's hard because it's a very diverse topic, and you kind of have to think for a bit why it would be so diverse, because you're like, who should care? And I'm hoping we actually get to the bottom of that, because it's kind of like, it's odd, isn't it? Like, why should it be such a diverse topic? It's a platform we all use, but there's a lot of details here. Yeah, we'll talk a bit about the Nicole Sullivan quote too when it comes in relevant. I think there's truth to it, but it also kind of miscues something, which is that web components are actually in use by a lot of large companies, not just hobby JS developers, but they use them for reasons that I think are actually legitimate, but are sometimes different than the use cases that other like people think of like web components. Like, it's the same reason you have micro front ends. That's why I keep on going back to micro front ends. There is a big isolation organizational problem you have when you have large companies and large teams and large everything. And web components actually fit in there quite well if you've already given up that you can make the best possible thing. So like, when you're looking at it from like, I'm just a Joe Smith developer trying to pick up a thing, I think Nicole's completely right. But when you're actually bigger picture, and this is something like web components are here. This is probably why some people think the title of my article is a little bit inflammatory, was because I said they're not the future. Well, and the thing is, like, no, web components are here today. Like when I say they're not the future, I don't mean in like they're like what people used to be like, oh, next year is the year of Linux. I've cracked that joke about web components myself. No, they're very much here, which is actually why, maybe some of us were hoping that they wouldn't get here. You kind of ignore the problem and it kind of goes away. But they are very much here. I think not acknowledging that isn't fair or not very productive either. Divisive. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's like the word diverse and diverse opinions divisive. Yeah. I thought no one considered building something with web components. No, see, that's the thing. People are actually considering it. They are real. This is not some imagined thing. I mean, it's fine. You can ignore them. You don't need them for your everyday thing to a certain degree. But this is part of what I was trying to get at. Who do you think would know that web components are an uptick? Like, you got to look at people like Nicole Sullivan has said are all using frameworks. Then the framework authors and the GitHub issues are the ones that are going to notice the uptick in web components. Just putting it out there. When people ask about, like, you say, oh, blah, blah, you don't get it, the platform, blah, 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 blah. Who do you think gets all the freaking GitHub issues? I mean, obviously people building, the actual spec and stuff, but also like people who have to support them. I also find that people who know web components well are also deeply using them, which usually means criticism is harder to take because it's interpreted as you're doing it wrong. Exactly. Like skill issue. I got a few of those and it's like, yeah, okay. Like it's tricky. So why call the article web components are not the future? Because regardless of whether they're here to stay doesn't mean they're a good thing. Like I don't take back my position. I'm just saying that like it's unfortunate that we're here. Some people, try to push against it. I think the best thing we can do now is hold the line and make sure that like the spec doesn't get like stuff doesn't get overbloated in this. It's not the web components itself or any individual spec. It's the direction of the web heading this way. We need to be careful about and like it continuing on this path. I think that's the problem. Like it's perfectly fine for something to exist and then like no one use it. And then it's not there's a difference between being the future and existing. Like I don't actually, I'm not stepping back from my position. I just mean that like, it's not quite like it's why when I read most of the responses, I mentioned I went on vacation and I kind of came back to it. I actually saw a bit of Theo's video like the day before I came back and I was just like, oh no, I'm going to have to, it's one of those things where that's why most of the responses sound really ridiculous to me. Like it was just like I'd be like, sure, that's great, but like what are you talking about? It's part of that talking past each other, and that's why it's really important to kind of come back to it. Right. There's people got burned changing frameworks and all that. And I want to talk about that today too, right? Because I think the whole idea that web components protect you from this is probably one of the biggest myths we have to like bust, so to speak. Right? Like this is kind of like the fundamental problem why we kind of talk past each other. I mean, when I said I started this because Solid 1.9, Solid had one of the best web components support already. So why are we doing all this more stuff in 1.9? It's because we've understood best practices about how to use them, author them. This has all changed and it continues to change in the last 10 years. I had good ideas of how I thought we should do blank. And then we're like, okay, actually you don't need to do that much at this level. We should do it at this level. So we moved it. Polymer used to use, template elements for control flows, perfect example, right? People don't really do that anymore, right? Different type, all the technology around web components changes it's still all backwards compatible because the old one works the same way that, my React 13 component or whatever still works today, whatever. But like, it's all like, when we talk about frameworks and we talk about opinions, these things exist beyond the code, they in front of the code. And that's why where the terms and the technologies talk about, when people talk about future proofing, we gotta be like, be ready to call bullshit sorry, on it. Like, this is the fundamental problem. If you sell people on this idea that this somehow solves this basically impossible, very difficult problem to solve, then people buy in, and they buy in super hard, and then it's too late when they realize it's not the case, right? I mean, every framework, every trend, everything does that. There's always this like hype cycle that kind of, it does it, like people feel that way about React. The difference is React isn't in the browser. Can you picture if React had gotten into the browser? Like, this is where the concern comes from, Can we acknowledge that old school vanilla is just as viable as using next to your blog? Seems like a lot of people care. Yeah, of course. Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's this interesting tension there between like using state-of-the-art tools to kind of have a universal solution that can serve everything and having one way of doing things. It's funny because frameworks have a lot of that same tension. Like, why do people want to use Next? Because they know they can build their sites and their apps and everything with the same tool, and they learn one thing and they get really proficient at it and it feels really good. It's the same reason why people want that kind of thing built into the web platform. But like, on the other hand, like, I'm glad I can do something that's not Next. You know what I mean? Like, so do you think there's a web component spec in primitives? I think hard to say. Maybe we'll explore that today. I think the concept's flawed, but I think we can explore that. There's a lot of great comments in this chat. I once tried creating front-end framework on web components, create the component, then it can be normally two element, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, chat, you guys will be able to drive me for ages here, and we'll get into that too, where we can. But like, I think I probably need to move this forward a little bit. I'm just reading chat a little bit here. What do you got? Web components use monobuilder. Talk about not having to build a bundle. Yeah, see, this is the thing. We get into these discussions that are like so peripheral that they all kind of tie in, like build or not build and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, you choose to do builds because you want the benefit of it. Like, well, why do you use TypeScript, right? Like, you can obviously not, but it's like, if you can do something without a build and do something with a build, it's pretty obvious that the thing with the build ultimately has the potential to produce better results. Right, because you can always do the non-build thing with the build. So if you're using the build, you're doing it to make it better in some kind of thing. There might be a trade-off in terms of like user flow or whatever, but ultimately the output of a build thing is going to be better than the output of the thing. It's just there's probably some kind of like logical rule about that, but like you can see where I'm going. But these things all get tied together because they align on like a certain perspective on where the web should head. And I get it. Like, single page apps have been detrimental. They've been harsh, and people like, we've gone too far and all this stuff. But on the other hand, they solved a problem in a certain way. Maybe that way can be solved better, that you don't get to solve otherwise. You can be like, okay, I'm pretending this not exists, blah, blah, blah. But like, and if you think about it, web components being primarily a client-based thing for JavaScript writing are also trying to like be in that space, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So I want to start somewhere. Let me share my screen for a sec here. Let's present. Share screen. Entire screen. This screen. All right, here we go. Hope you can see this. I'm gonna read an article here. Some of you might have read it before, but this is where I wanted to start today. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. I've been tinkering around with related technologies for a few years now, and I tried to reverse engineer many of the popular libraries, but it wasn't until earlier this year that I decided to really pull this together into something. Things that sort of aligned. Modern browsers are pretty much here. Web components are actually finally arriving. Edge is the last, and it's in dev, but most importantly, there's a clear gap now between people using this new technology. Sorry, let me switch the view around a bit better so that you can see it better. Where is it? There we are. Using this new technology and applying it to how they know how to do things, letting the technology define what they can do, right? I didn't set out to write a framework. In fact, I don't think my work here is a framework in a classic sense. The JS framework of 2018 is a new type of framework that isn't necessarily new at all. If you've worked in JavaScript in the past decade, you've definitely seen the rate at which things have progressed, outpaced software's project's ability to stay current, from Angular's transformation to Angular 2 to React community figuring out monthly what the best way to do dependency injection is, right? Do you guys remember that when there's like not an official context API and there was like ways of like kind of backdooring into React? For a couple of years there, we couldn't even agree on a good way to store our application state. And don't get me started on which Redux middleware is the least compromising, Saga or Thunk or whatever. Some people call that fatigue inducing. I call it a sign of a healthy community built on innovative ideas. But it hasn't been without cost. Every time React deprecates lifecycle functions, or people have PTSD flashbacks. When Dan Abramoff writes a blog on a new React feature, he has to caution people not to get too excited. It's hard to be a large framework and keep things simple while being cutting edge. This is not a problem that just goes away. The best you can do is not force everyone down a painful upgrade. All things being fair, React has done a pretty amazing job of not forcing people that way. And while there are reasons for their success, one simple thing sticks out. React is a library that mostly does one thing and does the one thing well. This article was written in 2018, so you can see that maybe times have changed. It's the ecosystem around it that makes it a full-fledged framework. This frees the developers to focus on what's important and allows the community to do its experiments. As much as it may be impossible to be cutting edge all the time, you never need to do Angular 2 level migration. It happens one day, and React, as it has been incorporating more of these communities' efforts, internally risks this more and more. Yeah, so this is, I guess, when around the time React started pulling stuff in to state. React wasn't the first JS render library. I attribute that honor to a much older library, Knockout.js. Okay, I mean, it's given away who the author of this article is, I think at this point. I wrote this article back in 2018. It was my first article I ever published. But it's important here. I knew the second that if you guys didn't clue into it the second I mentioned Knockout, that you guys know it was me. It didn't come with the same rhetoric and backing as React, but it wears the mantle much better. Knockout didn't have a component, but identified an application was built from three parts: model, and view, and truly only cared about how you organize the latter. The view model was a revolutionary concept for client at the time, as most libraries were MVC, where the controllers are generally singletons and capable of representing state cleanly. View models are instances, much like components, which set Knockout apart was that view models could be anything you wanted: an object, a function, a class. Not in 2010, unless you were using CoffeeScript mentioned. There are no lifecycle functions. You could bring your own models, organize your application fit, and you had to do is declare your data and bind it. Without best practices, it would just be a complete mess, but it was truly just a render library. The COO for the company I worked at back in 2013 was very tech-minded and facilitated moving our Knockout single-page app into web components. It was a natural fit, as Knockout didn't care about the container it was in, and a few custom wrappers were able to come up with pretty powerful system. In 2014, we migrated our backbone data models to Flux stores. In fact, we successfully made several migrations as trends updated on the system that was developed mostly in 2011. In fact, it's still in production today. The key to this was understanding the natural boundaries. The most expensive part of refactoring something is that you have to change where one part ends and the next begins. Our CRO was either a genius or pretty lucky. What I learned from this experience between the boundaries haven't changed really over a decade. They've been one constant. As controllers transform to routers and models to stores and view models to views, we and got wrapped together as components, the anatomy of a component is still three main parts: a container, a change or local state manager, and a renderer. Even a smaller library like React is responsible for all three. But this natural separation that is fine-grained enough not to tie you to any specific solution or opinion. More so by mixing and matching these along with external storage routing, you can have exactly the framework you're looking for without necessarily having to write it yourself. That is, as long as the container, which serves as the interop point, is something you can bank on. Web components are a good candidate for those containers as they're standardized and available. The past few years has seen the rise of micro libraries for rendering. Stefan Krause's JS framework benchmark is like a smorgasbord of possibility. Libraries vary from full-fledged like Angular to super light DOM wrappers that handle little more than array reconciliation methods. It's run on an example that is like an overworked to-do MPC that gives just enough DX ergonomics that you can make a surface judgment. Like all benchmarks, it's not completely real world, but in terms of benchmarks, this is one of the best to understand performance characteristics of technology design sources. With that in mind, I had a baseline for my journey. In my next post, I will take you through what it means to bring your own framework or build your own framework and further dig into the decisions and libraries I've written to realize this goal. So on. I wanted to share that with you all today because you can see how it's bring your own framework, not build your own framework. How my perspective has changed a lot in the last 6 years. So I wanted to preface with this because I think it's or preface, whatever. Sorry, my English sucks sometimes. You have to understand that my perspective did not come from because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It came from understanding exactly what tools I had available, work at how to leverage them to the best of our ability, and then realizing where things worked and where things didn't work. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we can get there. I just this is my starting point. Should we do a hack MD? I'm trying to think here. Oh, come on. GitHub. Boo. Okay, maybe this will actually work. Because I was going to use Excalidraw, but I feel like Excalidraw sucks for typing stuff. Right? So maybe we should just like jot things out here. Web component. Because I actually, how should I put it? I actually tried writing a follow-up article, and then I decided it was a waste of time. And instead, I just joined the web component Discord and just went in and talked with people there. Just saved me a lot of time because I couldn't figure out how to frame it. But maybe we can get there. Yeah, I mean, I don't see where web component. Yeah, we have to get there. This is I just wanted to show that, you know, where this started and where it ended up, right? Honestly, let's go back into dev and let's look at this one. I wanted to see yeah, actually I can get to it through here. This one. Did I not even link it? I didn't even link it. Yeah, that was the Discord. Because yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tacks on how we can approach this this whole thing, and there's a lot of articles and things going back and forth. So, like, I think the reason I wanted to point out my original article series was because I was intending to build a framework around web components so that I wouldn't have to have component model. I could just like basically just have a very simple renderer and some reactivity system, call it a day. And it's funny because you'll see this kind of mindset and mentality today still. Like it's live and lit to a degree, or a lot of other frameworks that came out. I mean, it's funny how much little this stuff changes over time. Like if I look at my web components containers article, which is a follow-up here, I basically identified that there's web components to modularize framework X, right? So basically having like output modes, web components as the framework. I use Polymer and Stencil as an example, but these are basically made for authoring. I guess Lit would fall into this category. And then web components as a container, which do you guys remember Skate.js? It's just not around anymore. We could probably Google it. Skate.js. The idea was that you could basically bring whatever renderer you wanted, whether it was Lit or whether it was Preact or Solid or whatever, and it would output a web component for you, right? I basically created my own library, component register, back in 2014, which was kind of like Skate, except instead of forcing people to author stuff in a way that would be in web component land, because some people don't like authoring the web component classes way. It's ironic that this actually has a React class in it. The way that my library worked was you would write the native code in your framework, and then it would just be like a Hawk wrapper. So if your component's a class in React, then it's just a Hawk wrapper. In Solid, we just pass functions in. So it's like very simple way that you basically didn't have to be aware of the web component abstraction, and you just get web components back. You might have to like define the types of the props so that the right observed attributes would happen and whatnot, but you get the idea. The idea was that when you basically had a regular framework component, with the exception that the first argument was a props object, and then the second object was like some kind of web component context object. And I built the library back in 2014 because this is where I wanted things to go, so to speak. And the funniest thing is, I'm just going to show this really quickly here. Let me see if I can pull this up. But if I go back to my GitHub profile, I think it's here. And if I search for, let's go repository, Hacker News. Solid Hacker News app. This was the first app demo for Solid.js, I think 5 years ago. And what you're going to see is the entry of the app. Sorry, some service worker garbage. Basically, these folders of I guess this is the app folder. Index.js. There we go. So Hacker News component makes a new router. So this had a programmatic router, but basically it's JSX with slots, and then I'd export a custom element that just wrapped my solid component. This is essentially a solid component, and then the router was this router that I wrote ages ago, web component router, still up on npm, and it's a nested router with parallelization and async and handling and all this stuff. And so if we went to like the stories page, we've built a lot of Hacker News demos on here. You should kind of get the idea. There's some store, that we're using, and we're using a computer to get the stories and setting state. This is like the use effect. Like this is really, really old. There's a 4, but this is a solid component that just happens to have a little wrapper on the export. And anchor is native extensions, and then story item. All the child components are actually web components. This is like solid 2018. Yeah, I mean, solid element is this. That is what this was. But it's important for me to at least get this perspective out there, because like I was completely on board until I wasn't, so to speak. Okay, we'll get to that. I know there's a comment about not bringing up. Let's not keep out Rich's article. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, when I read this article, I remember thinking about half of the stuff and being like, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. But I mean, his point on composition and a bit of this, like, not his example necessarily, but there's still some merits of it, because categorically we're still coming into stuff. There is a lot in this article that is either outdated or like, I think this is one of the biggest challenges, right? Because we have a bunch of touching things and they all kind of get conflated together because like they're adjacent to each other. Like I saw a post about being able to call the connected callback yourself, and people are like, oh, well, it's a class without a private member. Of course you can do that. And it's like, it's weird, but it's also like, it's JavaScript, so like, who cares? This is what makes it hard to get like lost in the mud a little bit when we get too much on the details here. I will say that this was one of the earliest examples that I remember where it actually talked about a few of the important pieces, so to speak. I really doubled up on that whole basically it's the same thing, right? DOM lifecycles, composition, and the thing is, we've had long discussions about this, about like what's solvable and not. I think, how do we want to frame this conversation? This is why I brought this up here, because I think there's three primary use cases we talk about. We talk about consuming web components. We talk about authoring web components. We talk about, what else do we talk about? We talk about like web components as framework components. I feel like these are like the three headline things. I feel like if we're gonna have this conversation today, it'd be like, maybe we should also talk about like, let's just go author mode. Traits, right? This is just me kind of roughly getting in the head of where a lot of the contention is, because I started also realizing in myself that a lot of the difficulties with these arguments is that these things get conflated. The return instance of check, I think, is a fair criticism. I understand why it's like that, but it is odd, and not just in like that's just JavaScript, as in like that's like happens nowhere else and just here, very strange. But right, framework supportive web components is, as I say, a combination of this, right? Because if you if I think the problem is almost every framework started here. I think this is really not like React or Angular, the older ones, but the generation of frameworks that came out after 2014. So Vue, Svelte, whatever, all the other SFC ones like Riot and like, obviously stuff, like Lit, I'm going to put Solid in this list. We thought that we could do this. This is where the disillusionment started. And it's also the place where like it's easiest to like write some rough notes and just be like, okay, sorry. Do I have the tool to like adjust this sideways? Or am I going to have to manually update the numbers? Can like I tab it over? But I still, okay. Lovely. I think it's worth pointing out composition here is one of those kind of contention topics. Web components, frameworks, components, composition. Well, custom elements are one of several specs, right? The funniest thing is, yeah, I mean, before we talk about this, what are web components? And I guess the thing is like, bunch of specs, I'm not going to give a formal thing, but just for sake of the stream here, a bunch of standards around being able to build modular DOM element, custom modular, custom whatever, modular DOM elements, more or less, like loosely. So yeah, I can see where the naming thing comes out, because those specs were like, what do we have? HTML imports, templates, custom elements, and shadow DOM. And HTML imports, does this work? We do like this. So yeah. No? There we go. We can strike through, because that ended up, at a certain point it was like, why aren't you just using JS? Kind of convoluted. Funniest thing is templates, until you start getting to the weirdness of like around like what it means to be part of the document or not. Everyone loves templates. Pretty much, like everyone had a need for templates. The interesting thing is there's no actual templating language. So templates don't have the ability to interpolation unless you're like processing the attributes yourself, which has some interesting implications. But generally speaking, quite often when people are talking about web components, even though templates are related, for the most part, they're talking about custom elements and shadow DOM. My point of compatibility universal is about the employment, but use them. Yeah, right. It's consuming web components. Point one. Yeah, I think, and we should talk about this because, yeah, no other component technology claim this or even tries, of course, because like my response to this is like, yeah, so what? To be frank, but we will talk about consuming web components because it is. It's catching up with thing. Okay, I'll bite. I think you're looking at web codes for framework classes. That should not be the approach, in my opinion. What are framework classes? This is why I started here, because is this, the article that I wrote, framework classes? It was literally, how do I not write a framework? I see value in shipping universal UI components libraries. Yeah, I can see value in that as well. But I have a question, just kind of, how many new UI component kits come out for React every year? Like widely adopted ones. The only reason I'm kind of putting this out there is because how should I put it? Like, even within a single framework that's large enough, a single ecosystem, whatever, it's not like now that I have a web component library, people won't continually reinvent the wheel and make more and more and more of these UI libraries. We've seen it within a single framework itself. It's obviously very nice if you could be like, oh, now I don't have to use React, I can use blank. I get that argument, but it doesn't fundamentally change the fact that we're going to keep on rewriting crap over and over and over and over and over again. That is a given. Like it's just going to get written over and over and over again. There's no end to that. Don't fool yourself to think otherwise. So like, we'll talk about the implications of what it means to be a universal UI component library too as we continue, but yeah. I mean, that web codes are simply custom elements with isolated styles and JS logic. That's it. Yeah, but what does that mean, right? Actually, maybe I have the benefit of understanding what that means, because I think I recognize your name. You responded to my article. I'm not convinced. I think you're trying to make web components more than what they are. Okay. Custom elements with sandbox styles and some JS logic. Okay. So yeah, this is exactly what you're saying. Gotcha. I, for one, think frameworks might not be the future. Oh, okay. The statement I get more and more is that front end is a complete mess because frameworks are overwhelming abstractions. Okay. Keeping us away from web standards. Okay. Web standards are closing the gap and offer native solutions to challenges frameworks came to solve. What? I thought you just said that they're not. I think you're trying to make web components more than what they are. What standards are closing off the challenges to solve? I told you guys about this at the beginning, right? This is very common kind of rhetoric. And if you are a web component supporter, be very careful not to do what I call the 2-sentence later thing. You guys do it like freaking clockwork. It's like pick one or the other. You don't get to pick both, right? This is a contradiction. It's right. I can say it's time to consider going back to square one, but this was square one. Do you see how this just doesn't compute? I mean, this is how it starts. Everybody needs a framework, but no one needs a general purpose framework, right? Like that's it's like I forget who said that first, but it's like the thing. People, like, if you don't make framework, if you like don't go pick a framework, you'll end up making a framework at your company indirectly. It's the construct of the pieces coming together. It's just the natural thing. No matter how many standards you put into the browser, someone will make a framework on top of it. If it's just the team, the company, someone thinking it's generalizable to pull it into open source, there's always layers of abstraction. You don't want too many because things get distracted from it. So you want to raise the floor. You want to keep low to the ground. All this understandable. But like at a certain point, right? It's like what I talk about when I say that these things are discovered, not invented often, is that you start seeing the commonalities, and these are this is the basis, I think, where things like standards can come from. When you start hopefully seeing the flow of stuff come together and be like, okay, there is something abstractable here that's, I say solid enough, but it's my pun, but that you can like say like, okay, we can make a decision here. But like, I am incredibly skeptical of that. I mean, incredibly skeptical of that within our own stuff. Yeah. They could. Won't weapon less than the rewrite? They could, or they could not, right? It depends on what you consider the evolution of things. Like sometimes there's new ideas, like the way signals completely caused us to have to rewrite stuff. Like why you wouldn't even want the components to work the way React does in a signal state. It just doesn't make sense, right? Like, so maybe that was an unavoidable one. But honestly, I can't tell you the difference between the different React UI libraries, but they've gone headless. They've gone, like, someone knows better than me. Like I don't know the difference between Radix and Mantine and fucking I'm just throwing names out here. Arc and Chassien and things you Tailwind components, or like things Tailwind UI, like things you copy and paste. Like my gut is actually no. Like maybe a little bit, but I mean, I don't know. Right. But yeah, it's not about rewriting codes as a single firm, right? The issues of many companies that have heterogeneous front ends about multiple apps and need to share. Yes, completely. And the thing is, like, these companies also have all their own design systems. They don't get to go build. They don't get to go pick up Material UI off the shelf and use that. I remember working on the indirectly, like I was adjacent to the UI team and the like design teams at eBay. Like you got to remember, like the eBay team was like, God, we like just picture that like web components made sense for us, right? It's why we when the declarative shouted on, we had the meeting and we had the chat with the fine folks from kind of the, I guess then Google kind of web component teams met with, Justin and Gray and so on. And like, there are use cases here. This is like one of the most compelling ones, because once you get to this point where everyone wants to use different technologies and you have all these things and you have the single design system, they want to keep sync across mobile, across different web platforms. Like you've got, say like the page view thing on eBay that hasn't updated in like a decade. And then you have like the new motors section launches, and then you're like, okay, but we need to keep the design, the system. And then you're like, oh, but mobile apps on different platforms, and you need to like the mobile thing actually makes things a little bit trickier. But there is definitely a desire here when you get to a certain scale, same desire you have for having like micro front ends, right? The challenge here is actually keeping accountable for the impact of this. This is actually one of the problems I had with like module federation. I mean, it becomes kind of like a necessary piece you need to organize the teams, but then you're like, versioning and management of versioning becomes complicated. So you're like, let's bring in a tool to do it. But then you start going like, what is the ideal world here? Because once you have multiple versions of the same thing, you're duplicating code. Once you have to upgrade them in lockstep, you potentially break stuff. So like, it's a good start. And I think the initial venture into this zone will keep things standardized and let you move these things at a very slow rate. But then you get into this zone where it's like it's much harder to upgrade. Now, the idea, I think the way I would approach this is write new components to replace the old ones over time and phase them out. But again, it's tricky because in the meantime, like if half the teams get to V2 of components and half of them V1 and then V3 comes out, are we talking about bringing like 3 different versions of the underlying tooling and frameworks and stuff that you needed to build it onto into your browser page? Like in libraries, like to be fair, this might not be a winnable problem, right? Like you just know that jQuery is never leaving your page. But like it's very hard to be in that position at the beginning and be like, let's do this, guys. Like it's almost like you're forced to the knife point, and then you're like, okay, this is where we need to go. And you really need to, at that point, consider like the implications of this decision, not just for now, but for the next decade or so, while you phase and go through, these migrations. This is not a quick thing. This is something that you're going to live with forever. And if you view it in that time scale, I think you need to start going, okay, how many rewrites or how many resectionings I'm going to do in that decade. Like you have to make, you should make the decision with the full knowledge of this is not just like, okay, now I don't have to worry about this, because it's not the case. The future proofing comes to your decision points that you make at that point in time, 10 years ahead of time, not down to the technology choice. Yeah, and this is something that's important. I didn't mention this earlier. The amount of people who came out after my article and told me about success cases was a lot, right? And yeah, you can definitely scale it at Microsoft, and you can definitely, like, I think a lot of times this is the only, like, this is kind of like the rock and the hard place. Like this is doing stuff with like front ends or with these kind of things is like the only piece that actually, it's like it might be the best way out for like a period of time. And maybe that's all you need, because if let's pretend you can buy 5, 6, 7 years with this move, that might be enough that you can like, get to the next thing. I think that over a matter of time, it's like that tax that keeps on growing, right? Like, as I said, versioning is still, like, when you have module federation, versioning is still a concern. It doesn't go away. When you have web components, maybe it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, this is like, pretend you have 3 versions of your JavaScript framework, on the page, or 3 JavaScript frameworks. Like, what are we talking there? Like, not React, not something giant. Let's picture something a little smaller, maybe like 20K. So like, what's 60 kilobytes? It could have been 20 kilobytes. What's 60 kilobytes? The component code on your page is probably 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, 6, 7 times that amount, right? So who cares? 5, at your scale and what you're doing, I mean, this is maybe arguably where the whole thing comes in, because you're like, on the small scale, you don't care because it's nothing important. On the large scale, you don't care because you can't really do any better anyway. But what's irksome to me is it's never the best choice. Do you know what I mean? Like, from a technical standpoint, it's never the best choice. Like, if you could just not have the web components, your site will be smaller, it'll be faster. So, like, if we just accept, it's fine to recognize that you have a need, but it shouldn't be something that we're excited about, right? It's not like, I'm going to start my new app and I'm going to build it with micro front ends, and you're like, do you need, like, the first question should be, do you need micro front ends? And I feel like web components should be in that same category. You're like, I'm going to build my new app and I'm going to use a web components. Like, do you need web components? Like, it should be in the same kind of category. You could say, oh, do you need a framework? But I think I've already established that you're going to build a framework anyways. So that one at least is probably a resounding yes. These other ones, I'm not sure. Maybe not. It depends. Do we agree? Do you agree that a well-crafted web component library will reduce the need for companies to rewrite the component lib for at least for a time period? Because I would argue that generationally, you probably don't need a rewrite. I think that within like a generation in JavaScript land or thing, it doesn't save you. It means that, like, today, for the next 3 to 5 years, you could probably share it effectively across your all your stuff written in different frameworks. Why that stuff is all written in different frameworks, I understand. It's probably was because someone wanted to do something new, and then someone new, and then we get to a point where we get to, like, the ninth new language. I as much as we discredit, I mean, no, I shouldn't use that as an example because I know how much internal splitting there is there. No, never mind. Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of an immediate need to support, it's easier to do that. Like, see, the unfortunate thing is, like, if you had, let's pretend you were using Solid and React. If you came up, like, if anyone's ever seen, I made a Solid React kind of bridge that just has the frameworks talking together. That's going to be way more efficient than a web component layer is ever going to be, because by removing the web components, they can talk to each other directly through JavaScript without, playing the song and dance. But am I going to write that for Vue and Svelte and every different one? Maybe if I was working at a company where I took this seriously enough, maybe I would, right? Like, I worry that, in a sense, that maybe making it, like, boil down to the lowest common denominator actually just makes it too convenient to do less than great things. All right, all right, all right. Sorry, it's really hard to keep up with chat with this. Yeah, people are talking about React, not me. Yeah. again, a lot of specific things. We always have to be careful too. I actually have to warn people about this when they choose Solid, which is like the fallacy of the rewrite, so to speak. Like every time you rewrite something, generally you get better results. So like when people show me like, oh, check this out, we rewrote this is Solid and show all these better metrics, and I'm like, I'm glad. That makes me happy to see it doing what it intended to do. But I'm also say like, it would be really interesting to see how good it would have been if you rewrote it in React. Because my suspicion is like there are cases, especially performance sensitive ones, where it can make a difference. But a lot of times our biggest wins are from when we realize how to do things better because we're writing it the next time or the second time. Yeah, okay. Let's continue going because I'm never going to up with the chat here. No, I mean it's interesting. The bridges are they're actually kind of similar in complexity. I mean, some ways they're more complex because you need to know more about the specific frameworks to work, but they're way more efficient, right? And because they're denoted as specialized, there's like limits to like I think this does get into like what I was talking about on the list, right? Because if you I realized the other day that if I treated web components as non-native, I think frameworks would have a lot easier way handling them if they treated them almost like a custom renderer. Like if they were like, okay, we have DOM and like DOM APIs, we have like SSR, and then we have like WebGL. If you treat web components like they're not native, like they're WebGL or whatever, like in that kind of category, and kept the isolation, then the cost that I talk about wouldn't be as felt because by default you'd be like I handle normal stuff, and then web components are like this exception case that don't work like the rest of the platform, and you need a custom renderer for it or something. There's reasons why that doesn't quite work, but conceptually I think that gets us closer to where it needs to be because even though working through the bridge, say React with Solid, it's difficult because like React doesn't know what a DOM node is, and Solid doesn't know what a virtual DOM node is. So like there's a like funny thing when you're passing children through, trying to make either play nicely, in the way that I want to say they have them play nicely with web components isn't really much different, especially when you consider stuff like SSR and stuff. Like most of the challenge comes around build time kind of considerations. Yeah, I think that was actually one of the challenges or concerns I had with when I was talking about this just now about treating them as a custom thing is this kind of I think the best solution here might involve more build tooling. And I think that's a lot of people I know, at least in the Solid community around web components, aren't really happy about having more build tooling. They're trying to use less build tooling. It's kind of ironic that like to compensate for the extension and trying to keep things clean and efficient, like the best way to maybe handle it is kind of at odds with like what the community wants to get out of it. It's very troublesome to say the least. Yeah. Perf is not the only consideration. Team structure and size come to play. Yeah. Using technology to solve organizational issues. As I said, this is why this is very much a micro front ends kind of thing, right? It's not about what I'm a technologist, what's the best way this can like what's the best possible user experience I can give the person? What's the best possible performance? What's the best possible like everything? It's about like how can I make my developers more efficient and able to continually deliver? Because that will get me my customers the best thing that we can reasonably do. It might not be the best conceptual product that we can make, but it's the best way to speed up releases, speed up So I can get that. It's just me. I'm never going to get excited about something that isn't the best because it's the best, but it's the best because it's the best compromise we have. It's a lot harder to get excited about that. It's not. I saw this mentioned a couple times. I am not saying there's a problem with like people authoring web components. Well, there are some problems from a framework standpoint. You know, you're right. I don't need to write code to actually show what I'm talking about, though, because it's not like, maybe I can find some examples. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm going to get completely submerged by chat if I keep on going there. I know I got here because I was talking about like what's a framework's perspective, and largely I wanted to challenge that kind of thinking, because like, I mean, okay, let's go there next. I actually think this is fair. What's it? Web components are not the future. I want to see if I can find they're the present. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that one though. I want to find this article on dev, because it is on dev. Corey wrote this article. Okay. Yeah, no, I completely follow with that. It just, maybe that is the framework mentality. Maybe we've defined the framework mentality. The framework mentality is that, like, we look at the platform as a tool, and then we go, okay, what is the, I mean, everyone does this though. What is the best possible way to leverage this? You know, I mean, there's different targets. Yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously, like there are good fits. It's just like, you know, maybe this we need to add to the list, right? Like, where are web these really good? So let's talk about that. This is like micro front ends, large companies, right? Companies. And then we also said environments with multiple frameworks, short-term sharing of design system. I think we got that. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so a couple, we talked about both of those today, so that's good that we kind of get this down, right? So yeah, microends ish environments, multiple frameworks. Like, so if you, again, these are kind of the same place, to be fair, right? They're the places where you have usually a fairly large, you have a people problem, right? Like an it's not a problem, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you're kind of coordinating at this sort of scale. The thing is, like, you could argue that if everyone was on the same framework, then you wouldn't have that problem, but frameworks will change over time. UI, I mean, this will change over time. The only thing, micro front ends, you can at least swap them out. And I think this is the key to this. This part of the debate of where they're really good is, I'm much stronger on this micro front end-ish mentality, because the challenge with, like, is micro front ends usually have specific touch points. You go, okay, there's this app, and then you can replace said app. If your web components are everywhere, like, I think the problem is why what I'm saying isn't as obvious enough is because I don't think we've gotten to the point where you get to that first time where you're like, okay, crap, we need to replace all the web components across the site. It will happen. I am confident it will happen. And when we get to that point, I think I think this is where that kind of comes up. But until we get to that point, we do have the second case. See, what's beautiful about the micro front end-ish case is there's less touch points, there's less boundaries. You can go like, okay, this page has 8 micro front ends on it. Like, not happy about it, but it has 8. And when this part gets, out of date, we just swap it in. If you're in an example, if it was like a different, like the complete opposite extreme where you're like, okay, we don't have the micro front ends and we have, I guess in this, even in the case of the shared components, you probably have micro front ends as well. It's like micro front ends plus web components. Because if you had everything in the same framework zone, like, or the same page without the micro front ends, then you probably wouldn't have the web components, or you'd be using the web components as micro front ends. So I guess this is really like you're already in a zone where it's not just being micro front ends ish. You actually have micro front ends or some kind of similar consideration already in play. That's where web components are really good. Well, I'm just saying that with there's 2 different forms of this. Either you need to update, say, underlying libraries you use to author said web components. You need to add new components that, or like update components to add new features, maybe some design changes, and you want to use the latest features of the libraries that are using to author it. It might simply be a situation where the UX consideration, like I was talking about why we changed the stuff at the beginning of Solid 1.9 changed. You're like, yeah, we used to do stuff this way, kind of like a material thing, but now we're like much more into like a radix style or something, right? And you're like, the teams want to use like the V2 versions of the components that are done in like a different kind of approach. What other sources of this sort of changes? Obviously, there's different pages and different teams that update the new design system earlier or later. But they could be on the same versions of underlying libraries, right? Like you always have to consider the underlying library thing. Like, obviously, if you can write pure vanilla, that's fine. But then there's also a lot of duplication. Usually, you're going to probably like maybe using lit or something, and you're like sharing the library across it. You do have to like consider that you only want a few versions. You know what I mean? You don't want to be like, guess what? Every component is its own island. Go, right? Picture you got like 50 components on the page and 50 copies of the framework. Like, you're going to be sharing code, under the hood, I'm hoping. Not every, like, even our, 15 kilobyte framework or 20 kilobyte, whatever, like, I forget what lit was the last I checked. I think it's around 16 or 17 kilobytes to do like a to-do. So it's probably like 4 kilobytes left, but maybe 12, 13 kilobytes, whatever. Let's say 15, just for the sake of like, you don't want to go 15 times 40, like, and go like, no one's going to do that, right? You're not going to like add half a megabyte of JavaScript to your page just to load the framework over and over again. That's an extreme. The more likely thing is you're going to share code between them, because like, if you, as I said, you could do that naively. This, in a sense, one of the problems with like earlier Svelte, and it wasn't that extreme, but they had a lot of duplicate code on the per component, which has actually made Svelte scale way worse than other JavaScript frameworks because they were repeating so much of itself. This is a concern. You use libraries often, even though they have an initial larger upfront cost, to reduce the amount of duplicate code, right? Obviously, the platform having features also reduces the amount of duplicate code, but you still have to be concerned with versioning here. Yeah, I'm talking min zipped, and also Next's initial page size like 90 kilobytes. Yeah, we're not even talking SSR. If you want to add SSR on it, yeah, like don't. Would headless web components make them less likely to change? Probably. I don't know. Again, this aspect is not my thing. How many did headless UI libraries in React make it less likely for people to make new React UI libraries? Maybe. I don't know. I can't comment on that. What about build size though? Realistically, web component would want to use a UI. Yeah, well, I mean, this is what I'm getting at. You want to share those things, right? Like, or not share them, but then like it starts adding up. Like I'm just saying, like you have to. You can't. I think everyone knows that in reality, you have to be aware of these things no matter what tool you have, right? Like the most isolated reusable you can make it is take the full cost in every web component, right? Be like, but like that has a trade-off, right? You don't want like to bundle your lit with each component separately. You're going to share your version of lit between a few of them, I presume, right? Like, so like the math hasn't really changed here. I mean, we could try and compare that, but I haven't even got to comparing that right now. I'm literally talking about like uh company dash button. I don't even know if they are failing what they came to solve. Like I think they might have initially we might have thought they came to solve something more than they did, and they didn't. So this isn't about the failed promise. That was a great article back in like 2018 of web components. It's not about that. I haven't even really got to what I'm about yet, which is unfortunate because we're still going. But it's the idea here is that there is inherent cost to these decisions. So yeah, I mean maybe this is something I can put in here. Why not the future? Inherent cost to implementations, inherent cost to, or maybe opportunity cost to future design space. Yeah, sorry, you're right. You're absolutely right. We are getting into Q&A again. Okay. Where was I going here? God, I got so sidetracked. Yeah, I was reading this one, right? It's disappointing that most of our framework maintainers. Okay, why is it disappointing? Let's find out. These individuals are, after all, in some of the best positions to provide valuable feedback. I wonder if we've ever done that. They have lots of great ideas. Appreciate it. Last, there's little incentive for them because standards evolve independently and don't align with framework opinions. Probably true, but I think we should ask why they don't. How could they? Opinions are the one thing that makes frameworks unique. With each other, okay, I buy it. And therein lies the problem. If you're convinced that your way is the best and the only way, it's natural to feel disenchanted when a decision is made that you don't fully agree with. Yes, I agree. If there's a decision that's made that seems, especially like at the baseline that you're building on, that doesn't align. Like I gave a bunch of those examples. Like God, like if JSX had been made into the browser, or if people try to make signals APIs like directly wire into the DOM, like I would be very upset about that. So like, yes. The word component is loaded. I agree. I don't think many will agree with that. If I write a component in framework A, I would like to be able to use in B and C and D without rewriting including the other framework. I don't think we agree with that objective. I don't know. I don't actually know if I agree with that. I mean, I could see it on one level, but the question is a framework a single component, or is it the interaction of components? Like React has a re-render cycle of solids, fine-grained rendering. They work completely different. And like, I guess from a functional part, like I can see that if I had an element on my page that was functional, and I want to be able to kind of put in a different framework, but then again, I'm not sure, because there's features that the frameworks offer that can only be accessed if you're kind of all in, because the orchestration, like async management, like with suspense, right? Like resumability, like there's actually quite a large list of things that I want as a feature, and I can't look at the component in isolation. Like, what if, because a framework has resumability, I could basically load no JavaScript for it and only have the smallest partial thing, and it's super efficient? Would I want to grab this component from React and pull it over and not have that property? No, I don't think I actually would. I think the framework gives me a lot more. So, okay. So if I write a component framework, I would like to be able to use in B, C, D. Yeah, I think writing including the framework. Yeah, I don't know if that's a given. I think that could be true of certain things, but I can't say that generally. Nope. Sorry. I've started very specifically here. I 100% disagree with this take. It's not based on opinions from 6 years ago. Always looking into it. DSD, as I told you when we were at Marco at eBay talking all about DSD, this is, yeah, let's remove this from the conversation. It's not because stuck in the past. Assume that we know as much as you, and we've also gone a different direction. Just it works way easier that way. Let's not go here. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of crazy. Like I think, but this is important because it's kind of the fundamental thing, because it's kind of like, what is a component? And it's like, is it an isolated, it's a modular piece. It is a reusable modular piece, replaceable, arguably. But is it meant to act on its own? I don't know. I don't think so. Not necessarily. Frameworks do not decide the meaning or purpose of a component. No. Everybody decides the meaning or purpose of a component. I mean, I love, one of my favorite things, you guys, if you want to work with against arguments with the whole frameworks standard thing, like if you want to do, one thing that's fun to do is take a statement made like this that says frameworks blank when it's in this web component thing, and then replace it with standards or web components and say the same sentence back. Sometimes the results are great. Standards do not decide the meaning or purpose of a component. Wow, right? I think I saw one today. There's another similar one I saw. Let me view post engagement. Was it this one? Frameworks is all we need. Just one more and it'll all be solved, I promise. Let's try this again. Standards are all we need. Just one more and it will all be solved, I promise. It's remarkable how well that works. isn't it? No, I don't, not necessarily. I could say maybe that a good, completely isolated element is oblivious to the framework using it, but component being aware of the framework using it is how you optimize the crap out of things. Yeah, I like, just because it's a component doesn't mean it lives in complete isolation. Maybe this is the difference between components. Maybe the definition of components from the web components standpoint is it's something that can live in isolation. The only reason that I'm mentioning this, like, swap the word thing, is because a lot of times, even though the scope is different, standards is much, standards and the web component stuff is much broader scope. They're kind of in their own realm trying to facilitate users in the same sort of way. So, like, maybe the piece of the pie that frameworks are working on is smaller. Like, it's not like as wide of a scope in terms of thinking, let's argue. It is still fairly wide when you're trying to build a general purpose framework. So a lot of times the things that you could say that would be of this nature, like holistically, could equally apply, because they like, if you step back, they kind of look the same from a shape perspective. Like, if you were to give everything kind of a shape. Um yeah, it was just something that I can not. A good component is oblivious to other components, not the platform it's running on. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, right. You want the isolation between components in that they, in the sense that they have independent function, in terms of, like, dependencies, in terms of, like, you don't, well, I mean, it's hard to say. What you don't have to worry about happening on the inside or outside could also be defined, like reactivity or something, could be defined from outside your scope. It's literally just about being able to compartmentalize your thinking at authoring time, I would argue, that makes components valuable. Because if you can step into an area of code and be able to understand enough of what's going on in just a small scope, that is sort of the benefit of components. Because ultimately, it's going to run in conjunction with a whole bunch of other components. It's going to be part of a wider system that all interact with each other. It's kind of like assembly. Like, when you boil assembly code down, it's the most imperative, instructional based, all these things. Everything's like, the final instruction set's a big mess of stuff that you probably can't make any sense of. But you write stuff in, like, C or whatever, and break it into functions and break into all these structures so that you can make sense of it, until you can actually, like, put it as part of the bigger system. So in a sense, components are kind of like that, right? They're like a concept. Like, it's funny, like, frameworks are kind of a concept. All of these concepts are actually more mental. Like, they're more for you for authoring. They exist so that you can organize your code, organize your thoughts. Rich Harris had a great thing about disappearing frameworks, and I guess I followed it up with saying disappearing components. It's actually this incredible parallel here when you think about it from that perspective, because they're there for you, not for the computer. Right? Like, why do we need boundaries? Like, the ideal state of the world of things would be if the computer could have everything it needs to optimize in the most efficient possible way. But humans are not computers. So we need abstraction. But we shouldn't think, because of our need for abstraction, that should actually dictate the shape of 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 what the computer needs. I mean, there's always going to be layers and layers of abstraction, but, like, I think this is kind of, like, maybe kind of critical. Standards are not opinionated. God, I wish I do. How do we do polls on Twitch? I should do a poll. Of course. Okay. The way opinions work, at least from my perspective, is as when you have some kind of defined. I mean, it's hard when you're dealing with like standards or like a base platform because opinions are baked in. Like the most basic thing is going to basically like assembly, like, you know what I mean? Like it can move some stuff around a register. Once you start abstracting out concepts like, you know, classes that have a inheritance stuff, you start having opinions of stuff. But at a certain point, like that becomes your new baseline. That abstraction becomes a baseline, and you can say like this is the set opinion and that. But the challenge is the farther you get away from the baseline, the more opinions you have. It's just natural. So the more ambitious the standard, the more opinions it has. Now you could argue that once it gets brought into the body, it's not opinionated because it is the baseline. But by its like you can't say that the decision made for it is not opinionated. Standards are not opinionated, so you cannot switch a term lightly. No, that's the thing. They are opinionated, which is why you can switch the term so lightly. That's exactly it, right? Yeah, this is why we do this, because there's a lot of rhetoric here that I do feel is kind of like, man, what are people talking about? And don't get me wrong, I've been hard on this side. There's also stuff on the other side. I as I told you, I was actually like panicking during Theo's stream a little bit. He kept on being like, "Oh, go on vacation around." I'm like, "No, man, you're spouting some stuff that I'm gonna have to like explain later isn't true, like about slot composition and stuff. Like you can do composition, you know, basic composition. That's not the concern, you know." So I'm sorry that's coming hard. It's just the Q&A has kind of directed us this way because, you know, there's opinions you can't disagree with. But these opinions are not biased by business direction or different vendors. Oh, really? They're not. Should we talk about Apple's role in web components and about closed and open Shadow DOM? I mean, you gotta give me some. This is sort of my problem with a lot of the rhetoric. Like, I was like, is there a single like? It's very hard to weed through it and find anything that even like fact checkers, right? We need fact checkers. Like, yeah, we need fact checkers. Anyways, okay. Ryan states the sheer number of JavaScript frameworks is any indicator we are nowhere near the consensus on how one should author components on the web. And even if we were a bit close today, we are nowhere near there a decade ago. Thing is, we don't need to agree on how to write components. We just need to agree on the underlying implementation. Then you can use class. I don't think he means underlying implementation. I think he means on the API surface. Turns out we have a few very well-known ubiquitous technologies that we've chosen to do this with. HTML. Okay, good call. Says something here about, I mean, I could talk about this. Negative effect, right? Premature. If the external premature standardization, well, it's a bit late for that. True. So let's figure out how to get from where we are. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, they're not a one-for-one replacement with frame components. They're a gentle related thing. And I think a lot of confusion stems from this. We should really fix the definition component, right? And then he quotes my article. So fundamentally, the problem with web components is that they are built in custom elements, blah, 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 more specific elements, components, one, blah, blah, blah. Okay. To be fair, I never really liked the term web component. Every web component person says that, and I'm glad that, because that was part of the initial thing. We moved past that. I say web component because it covers the whole set of specs. But yeah, we could just start saying custom element, right? Because it competes the concept of framework component. But that's what's caught on, but most people are familiar with, right? Sure, button text field can be components, but there are other types. For example, many frameworks support concepts of renderless components that exist in your code, exactly, not in the final HTML. Yes, I agree. So there's differences as to why components don't do all the things framework components do. That's because they're low-level implementation. So basically, this is arguing that they are just elements. Okay. So frameworks should be able to consume them like any other element. Frameworks are shiny, yeah. Right. CS Composable are inspired by SAS. Type templates are inspired by JSX. Soon we're getting signals from Preact. Yeah, that's funny. Do you think the author was just being inflammatory, or do you think he actually thinks this? Oh man. Oh man. I mean, this does kind of show where like different circles live. Oh yeah, as far you guys are talking about the is, yeah. So they single-handedly got rid of a bit of web components. Sorry, you guys know why I'm laughing at this. I mean, I'm not even gonna give necessarily solid complete credit here, but like we were pushing signals as far back as this article. In fact, Solid was released like for 5 years before Preact or anyone else added them. You could say Vue, maybe that would be fair. Vue had something like signals, but yeah. Anyways, let's continue. From all the no, I understand that is the thing. I'm not having a problem with how it ended up there. It just there was the claim that that standards don't have opinions and aren't driven by use cases from companies and all that kind of stuff. I just wanted to clarify that, you know, it's like a fact check kind of thing. Okay, so you're saying the opposite. You're saying your concern is that like a single company is driving frameworks, or a given framework, right? So they're basically like the success of Vercel relies on Next, so or Meta on React, or whatever, and then like essentially it means that their standard thing that they put out, their framework, is tailored to one specific need. Right. Yeah. As far as I know. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. That's better. I mean, there are a lot of frameworks like that. There are frameworks that aren't like that. Vue, Svelte, Solid are all not like that. But okay. Test ideas, okay, especially aren't supposedly we need to stop being salty our way isn't the way that makes it into the browser. Okay. There'll always be a better way to do something, but none of us have the foresight to know what the perfect solution looks like right now. Good. Okay, that's fine. But we can have the foresight to go, hey, this is probably an area that we don't know enough about. We should slow it down. I think we can identify. We don't know the future, but we can identify places that are like, yeah, probably shouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Oh, but he's saying, okay, I'm sure Ford could have made the Model T way better if they had spent another decade working on it. But do you know what made the next version even better? 10 more years? The feedback they got from actual users who bought them and sat on the road. Yeah, right. But the difference is the Model T is a product, right? Like, you could argue that those frameworks that are driven by a specific company are a product that you can use as feedback. Using the platform this way is, I don't think you get, like, you can do it a little bit, but like it needs to really work lockstep. I think one of the weirdest things about the web component stuff is I don't know that any framework was really involved, like, other than like maybe like something made from Google, like a Polymer or a Lit or something. Like we're like, hey, like we're like with Signal Spec, we're like, hey, you guys are using something like Signals or Reactivity. How do you guys think it should work? Let's test it. Let's do that. I don't think that ever happened with web components. To be fair, maybe the frameworks weren't the target, but I like, how do you not have that conversation with the set of users? Yeah, I don't know. Do ever take feedback though? I mean, I've seen the GitHub things. I always appreciate the enthusiasm of when I talk with people who are into standards. They share my actual enthusiasm, which is amazing. Like they are always trying to find a solution to a problem. They are always open to talk about it. They're always open to be like what can we do better? Like, there is this dedication there, and real desire to see the web get to a better place. So um, yeah. Web standards offer a promise of stability. Okay. And we need to move forward to improve them together. Yeah. Using one's influence to rally users against the very platform you built your success on is damaging to both the platform and community. Well, was the purpose to be damaging, or was the purpose to bring awareness, educate? Okay. Let's be more collaborative. Well, okay. Sure. That's convenient to say now, but okay. Let's be more collaborative. Imagine if we applied the same arguments against HTML early on. What if we never standardized it at all? Would that be a better place? No, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Would it be better if every site was Flash or Java app? That's kind of interesting, though. I like that Flash is brought up, because sometimes I wonder if if like if we built a framework into the browser, if it wouldn't be just like Flash again. Like, we'd get to a point where we're just like, you know what I mean? Yeah, the Polymer team, which became the Lit teams, was founded specifically to work with the Chrome browsers on the spec. Right, exactly. But I think what I'm trying to get at is like, it's probably funny because if they came to web components and I'm like picturing React Team 2013 or 14 time period, they're probably been like, yeah, we're not interested in that, and that's probably the kind of thing. And then like, yeah, maybe that's kind of the thing. The web components really kind of started, getting through spec around 2000, like getting around into 2011, 2012 time period. And to be fair, modern frameworks weren't really there yet. The ones that were like Angular and that were probably like, we don't need, like, it wasn't something of interest. And so to be fair, I imagine that this, like, it's almost like there was no interest there. So like, they're like, some party wanted to see this move forward. So they were like, okay, let's move on, because the like frameworks clearly don't care about this. Like, if they just waited on that, they would have never, the web components never would have gone here. Interestingly though, if things had waited only a couple of years, we would have had a very different perspective on things. It's one of those things that's hard to tell. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, but web components implementation incompatible with existing parents, and there lies the existential problem. It's incompatible. I mean, maybe not completely, but I feel like other than React and Angular, which predate, there's there's a lot of this, right? Why does Vue and Svelte have slots? Yeah, sorry, where is it? Composition. I'm speaking specifically about slots, right? They pictured a future where they were all in aligned with web components. If you're interested why slots kind of fell apart, like this my point here, it's actually eager versus lazy. Web components, why I don't use web components. I'm going to bring up Rich Harris's thing because this is actually this example is still relevant. Toggles, what he pointed out here was that even if this was not, like, it pretend this is a show component. Actually, you know what? I might have actually written this one somewhere. Let me see. Web components are not the future, part 2. I wrote a really long article, then I decided not to publish it. Let me see if I can find the section on composition. Yeah. Here we go. Picture we had a component like this: toggle X when false, slot fallback hidden, might cool content toggle X. I'm showing this in JSX, but it doesn't really matter the template link. My point is, when this is false, this still gets rendered. To be fair, in React, the VDOM nodes for these are still created, but they don't go in and render this because, well, I guess React, like, I guess it's an interesting one, their example, because then they become props.children, and then if they never get inserted. But my whole point is like, essentially, using layouts like this, like components as control flow from a composition standpoint, it does not, like, when I say composition, I mean like projection. I don't mean like you can put web components and web components and web components, but using it as like a layout control flow mechanism doesn't really work. Well, too early for eager versus lazy. Okay, fair enough. Right. This seemed like such a small side point that it was just interesting. It's just like, it's very common when you abstract stuff away to, like, the collapsible card and all this kind of thing, to have a situation like this where you don't actually want to render the content inside here, but composition doesn't work. So it's funny, Vue and Svelte, especially Svelte, I think originally actually followed web component spec and eagerly rendered the children. And then in Svelte, they had to do like a breaking change release. They were like, look, we finally fixed this because this is really weird that you can, basically pass children slots that are never rendered and have them render. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't work with our model. Right. You can use a template today, right? Right, which I actually get to here in the next section, right? It wouldn't be rendered unless there's a slot name content. Well, no, it would be, because it would be in the light DOM and it would get rendered even without the slot name content being present there. Because when you pass this in, it doesn't care if it's slotted or not. The light DOM always exists. Oh, you're supposed to use a template. Yeah, okay. Let's get the template. Okay, why not? Yeah, I mean, because I was playing with this. Like, how do you do like a map component? That's a good one, right? Because you could have like a render prop, right, where you could like do it like through there. And I don't know, maybe this is how Lit suggests it these days. Like, you can do like a map function. I'm not sure, but the other way is a template element. But how do you do interpolation? Like, how do you get this item here into this item here? It wouldn't be rendered if there's no slot. Daryl is correct. Okay, I mean, this is fair. Is this something that has changed? Because it used to be, because the reason that I was aware of this is for the same reason. So you're saying that, oh, I see. You're saying that the connected callback, it would never be considered connected. Can we actually verify that? Because this doesn't actually sound, does that actually, you're saying that if it's connected callback wouldn't happen because it's in the light DOM, right? Like, is this something that has changed is what I'm saying? Because I have definitely agreed with it. Okay. Okay, well, can we do this? Let's do this. I mean, we would have to, I'm trying to think of how the easiest way to actually, because then I have to like write custom element code off my head. Okay. Yeah, sorry, when I say render, I don't mean visible. I mean that like, does the connected callback, the light DOM children of an element with a shadow DOM root are not rendered in the component tree unless the slots are visible. But are they rendered in the component tree unless the slots for them to go into? So, because like, okay, yeah, it will not be painted. Sorry, I'm using React term. Like what I mean is I could go into the Chrome Dev Tools and see the light DOM children that were not in slots in the Chrome Dev Tools not inserted in. They would not visibly be there, but the actual element would exist. And it would actually like be an element, right? I just want to double check this because I understand it's not painted, but like would just to clarify here, would my cool content constructor run if the slot for content wasn't inserted? Okay, then that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, it's like, yeah, sorry, this is my fault. React has messed with what rendered means, and I even have to be careful on the solid side of not messing with that. I don't mean physically painting it. I mean that like the code runs to like you like React calls rendering when you execute your component. Yes. This is yes, sir. So we're in agreement. I am not misunderstanding it. Well, I don't mean paint. I mean that it literally like runs the component. So yes, me and Rich are not mistaken here. Okay, good. Right. So yeah, back to that sidetrack. Effectively, what they're saying is it doesn't get painted, but it does like, it'd be like if I went like show when false in solid for people who are familiar with solid syntax. And yeah, let me show you. And then if I went in here and I went like my component, and then I went over here, I went like somewhere else. I was like function. I just want people to really understand what I'm getting at. Console log alive. This would console log alive in the web component world, because even though this was not inserted in the view, like you would not see return h1, you know, you wouldn't see like alive. You wouldn't see this DOM element. This would get console logged. you say it's drifting away, but I mean, this is an exact, you wanted a concrete example of, of, for example, why, as a component, I mean, this is a good example of why framework components and UI components are different, right? Which is to the point. I just wanted to kind of like this, I can talk about now, and now we don't have to come back to it again, essentially, right? So how do you handle this? You can pass as a function and use JS like as a prop kind of way of handling it. You can also pass in a template element, but if you pass in a template element, you have to figure out how to interpolate over the values. Yes, because of eagerness, yes. Right. But yeah, I just, it is possible, but I mean, this suggests that maybe we need a different standard to handle templating that is different, or just don't use this pattern. But you understand what I'm getting at. If you have a list of items and you have to render the item into this item, you need a way of expressing that. And the template both needs JavaScript to because this getting inserted into the component won't work. You have to I forget what the API exactly. There's a slot, inserted slot, or some kind of API around slots. I built control flow components in web components before, and you grab when the slot came in, you'd look for it, and then I grab the template element, and then I would take the inner HTML, and then I would parse it, and then I'd replace the interpolation with the key that was passed in from here with my own data item, and then I would have that kind of update the template and then insert that into the DOM. Right, yeah. Sorry, what does this mean? The show example is odd because most would do the BE. I don't understand what that means. The BE. But yeah, I just there is template elements are good if you have a template language. Oh, backend. Yeah, I mean, in a simple case, but God, do I have Hacker News up? What is it? Solid start Hacker News. I don't know. I mean, no, I mean, what if the items update? Yeah, I guess yeah, I mean, maybe this. Yeah, I'm just doing the server, and then yeah, but if it needs to update, it doesn't change anything. Do you know? Yeah, okay, yeah. There's a native element for that, but yes, obviously there's a native element, but you understand why that's beside the point. I give a simple example, and then you can use your imagination to think about how it extends. This is very common, right? Layout components, things that have conditional thing. To be fair, maybe this is in that zone of stuff that is framework component only. But for this specific thing, I was actually saying web components for framework components. This is just one of the places, for example, where we realize that this is not a good fit, right? Just put it out there, right? Yeah, of course, right. But the whole point of making compositional APIs is so that you can make my dialogue or my details, right? Yeah, I call this the property of what is it called? The idempotent property. it's the test I put through all my primitives when building stuff like Solid. You should be able to, if there's a signal, there should be my signal. You should have a way that at least using the primitives, you can, if something's truly composable, it should be able to make the same version of itself as the native version using the same basic syntax, right? Examples of things that aren't. If statements are for loops in JavaScript, right? They are syntax specific, or like the handlebars helpers in Svelte. But like Solid's for component can then become my for component, and without changing the difference. It could be paginated list. The idea of composition is that third party and first party, like this property of composition, this first party and third party look identical. So I don't think it's enough to be like, oh, but there's an element that does it. No, but you should be able to make my details, and that's the key part. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So this is why I'm separating the stuff apart. Web components as framework components. This is a place where, like, there might not be that many grievances there. Anyways, let's continue here. Yeah, you can understand. Like, yeah. Anyways, let's continue on. I don't go threat. Okay. Okay. So Chrome isn't compatible with existing frameworks. There lies essential problem. The only reason I brought this example was because I was saying there's a point at which we were compatible and we actually diverged because it didn't make sense. Okay. Just putting it there. Web components are a threat to the peaceful priority way of life. Frameworks that have massive millions of users, the majority of web developers, because opinions are vary so widely. New standards emerge. Frameworks can't often adapt to them without breaking changes. Okay, that's fair. Breaking changes can be detrimental to user base. Okay, like, to be fair, it's less. I think a lot of the breaking changes aren't there. Just like we're slowly understanding more and more over time, just where the gaps are. A lot of these haven't actually changed. They're just like interesting behaviors that we didn't recognize at first, like import versus clone node. You have possibly championing web standard when you build a non-standard thing that will break if you align with emerging standards. Yeah, I don't think this isn't, as I said, it's not a fair incentive if you were trying to build on web components in the first place. So yeah, don't do everything. Still, they don't do everything a framework does. How can a platform policy add all the features? Yeah, it's fair. And no platform move as fast as your framework. That's also fair. As users, we need to go this hurdle and start thinking about how frameworks can adopt to current standards and involve in new ones. Yeah. So circumvent the spec and work together. Okay. Preventing the wheel isn't the answer. Lock-in isn't the answer. Okay. I don't know. This is why I don't believe that we'll converge on custom modes as an internal component model. Enhance the mode of sprinkling. Okay. Right. Interestingly enough, it's not the next generation. It's actually the last generation that tried to converge on them. Maybe it was too early, you could argue. But I think the problem with this line of argument is it's assuming this hasn't actually already happened. Ryan concludes, so in a sense, there's nothing wrong with web components as they are able to be what they are. It's a promise that they are something that they aren't that's so dangerous. The way their existence warps everything around them that puts the whole web at risk is a price that everyone has to pay. Components aren't the specific vision you had for the components. Okay, that's fine. That's how it is. They're not solid components. They're not React or Vue or whatever. They're web components, and they could work even better if all the above were interested in advancing platforms instead of locking users in. Not interested in locking in users. Can we talk about that for a second? I think most framework authors understand that their framework will not be the last framework, right? I was being a little bit with this, swap, but let's hear. It won't ever be solved. That's the point. Yeah. What I'm talking about here, frameworks need one more and it'll be solved. We understand innately that this is a hard problem that shifts over time. So I don't think there might be some that are incentivized, but I'd rather see a good solution come up than, and be better than Solid succeed ultimately, right? I think we've already had a positive impact. I think we can continue to have a positive impact, but ultimately I'm here to basically see how we can make building on the web better. So we're not that different in goals. I don't like this lock-in suggestion. I think it's easiest to take the position as lock-in because I want any solution on the web to be able to maximize its potential, right? So like there is lock-in if you want things to be better. To be honest, since the beginning of last year, it's only really possible to properly build things with web components. You think so? I don't think so. I mean, I built Shadow DOM polyfills, and they were a headache early days, and component wrappers, and did all this stuff. But when I built that site back in 2013-14, I actually got us to migrate from V0 to V1 through abstraction layer, and I built the whole thing out. Web components were fine. I mean, we hit some performance issues at the extreme when we were using them kind of like framework components to do like feed cards. Like we got like to the point where we had hundreds of web components and nested in other hundreds of web components doing like complicated kind of calculations and and we hit like a little bit of overhead there. But I mean, some of that overhead was from using Knockout itself. The development experience was fine. I don't think that like this is a new thing. I think people have been able to use web components for years, especially around 2018 when that kind of came around. You have to understand, like in the early days when you couldn't use web components as much, polyfills and stuff missing in the browser, everyone was already used to having to deal with those gaps in the browser. Like I told you, patching promises in IE11. So like we're used to a build process that involved a lot. So you could argue that people who start with web components today have a much easier job because they can be just like kind of come in and just stick them in. But if you were willing to take the build tools on, take the runtime, kind of do the whole thing, you've been able to build quite nicely with web components for about a decade. Build good sites with them. It's definitely a choice or an option. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know about that. They added batching by 3.1, I think it was, which is like 2013. So like by the time I'm talking about batching, I'd already kind of got all the batching stuff taken up. Yeah, I mean, I'm performance not on these things. Yeah, no, Knockout definitely had its things. Yeah, Let's HTML can work on it, but I'm talking about composability as like a component as a concept, right? Composability. You can handle it in the templating, that's fine. But like conceptually as like these are my components, and following that what do you call it? Idempotent property that I talk about, it fails the test. Yes, I think there's a truth there. Are concerned with perfection. Users somewhat less and more interested in stability because perfection of the domain and the app they're building somewhat depends on stability. Yeah, I think I can get behind this, right? We're always seeking to make things better. We are concerned with stability though, because that's how we lose users. So you can argue that there is a bit of a lock-in factor, but the degree which frameworks are concerned with stability probably might tell you, the degree to which the lock-in theory has any merit. Yeah, 3x, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not saying they can't evolve, but you're usually stuck with the principle. Like you kind of going like, this is a space that we think, for example, the Shadow DOM solve. We could improve how the Shadow DOM can interact with this thing. But once you've kind of decided that this is the realm of solution, you are a little bit stuck. And on the flip side, like if standards didn't evolve, then other stuff wouldn't evolve along it. Like they of course evolve, which means that libraries update, which means stuff updates, which means that like while it's always backwards compatible, it's not the way you would always want to write it. This, as I said, sometimes these examples are the things that I think React developers can get instantly. And I feel like I don't know why it's like missing sometimes when I talk to people on the web component side, because it's like, let's pretend React is completely backwards compatible, back to 2013 or whatever, right? You still wouldn't want to write an app today that way. And the same thing's going to happen with web components. Even if the interfaces supports it or standard and stuff, people are going to be like, yeah, that's how I used to write web components back in 2018. Like this is human nature. This isn't something that you solve technically. Well, I mean, the interesting thing about this is why people are fighting for putting templating language in. But I think at least everyone can understand what putting templating language in is a loaded, like it's one of those like touchy places. It's an example of one of the places that JavaScript frameworks can't agree on. It's very opinionated. So this is very tricky. And some of it are for like aesthetic reasons. Other of it are mechanical reasons. God, I saw someone share something the other day. Sorry, I'm gonna pull something up. It's just, I was in the web component Discord and someone shared something and I almost threw. I was like, oh my God, not again. Where is it? I'm not gonna put the whole thing out here, but where is it? I was just like, oh, this. Yeah, I think I found it. Here we go. Just kind of an example. Templates, a declarative JavaScript templating API by Justin. For those who aren't aware, I think the author of Lit or whatnot. I don't know if he's the original author, but he's like the Lit guy. Okay, talking about template parts and all this stuff, right? And basically what he suggested is that HTML elements should have HTML. So let's build Lit into the framework, basically, like into the browser. So now you have an HTML tag and you can do this interpolation. Obviously, this doesn't help us with our template element problem, I think, right off the bat, unless we could have the template element. Oh no, I guess the template elements would create template parts and then we could like get there. So that's fair. But the idea is basically HTML.html tag. And then talks about different bindings of fast extensible. Sounds great, right? Okay, let's keep on going. How does this integrate with signals? Thank you, Eisenberg Effect, for getting in there and asking about this. Fast work a bit differently, even though the tag template little part looks the same. The fast state is backed by signals and bindings are live, so there's no re-render step. That's what I like to hear. Right? Right, which is completely different, I think, than how Lit does it, which is more like Preact, where they can maybe sometimes optimize certain things, but conceptually they do a re-render model. I was just about signals. I think it's a great place to start. You still bind that place should be available without a full re-render. Okay, that's cool. But not every state in the page is ever be signal source thing, blah, blah. One of the concerns I have here is like, how do you recognize a signal as a signal? I guess a compiler could get in there. I guess if you could just get the output, I mean, this is interesting. Things go on. Initial HPL, but I got here. I'm concerned, but I'm not sure where it belongs. Okay. Null folks involved a lot with the signal spec, also involved with the Ember community. Blah, blah, blah. How does reacting here? Which great, but this isn't my concern though. So you have a situation like this. So it means the same rendering for the thing. We can't rely on consistently render reactive data unless we pass blah, blah, blah. Okay. So a lot of details here. I'm glad people are discussing about this. Computers are not extremely necessary. The main advantage is probably memorize expensive calculations. We require major change of JavaScript via TC9. Good. Okay. Got a lot of details. DOM part, wrapping, render, integration. Yeah. Getting back. What if we could introduce idea of lazy evaluation into tag template literals? I like that. Okay. Evaluate. Blah blah blah. Take advantage if we change the blah blah blah. That's good. All right. Okay. Well, I'm glad the conversation is going. This is like the funny thing is if this conversation hadn't happened previously, in a different time period, I don't think we would have kind of got here. Okay. Little Dan, signals champion. Agree with others' concerns that the signals template literals make a poor fit for current semantics because signals naturally want expression to be evaluated separately and potentially multiple times. I actually think that tag template literals are a great fit with signals because tag template literals are so cheap they reevaluate. That's not the response. The handler of the template literal can iterate through the values and also keep the check what's changed. No. No. The answer is do it like lit. Well, I mean, fastest way to render the DOM. Let's go here. Where does doing it like lit get us? I tested all the different rendering methods and compilers back in 2019. Fortunately, these things haven't changed very much. Vanilla JS, solid signals, DOM-C, which is like this like dirty checking string diff approach, which is really fast. Solid with stores, which is proxies. Surplus, this is like solid, but instead uses create element instead of clone node. Solid lit, this is solid using tag template literals with clone node and fine-grained updates that doesn't render the template. Eevee, this is a fastest virtual DOM library. Inferno, a very close virtual DOM library. Solid hyperscript, which is like our use React style JSX, and then lit. Okay. You can read the article if you care, but my point is, like, yeah, we need to be careful. Sounds like React 2015. Well, because it's the exact same mentality. It's React in the browser. We're getting there. But like this is you asked me about stuff being dangerous. Picture if we couldn't pull the stops on it. Like, okay. I mean, I sometimes worry that there's like this hidden, maybe it's not hidden, but there's like this manifest destiny thing. And I don't want to get political here. But have you ever heard like from the like river to the sea or whatever? I sometimes worry because the team, you said Polymer and then later Lit, was basically built to work with Chrome spec teams to build web components. They basically built a framework and then are trying to get their framework in the browser to be the winning framework. They talk about locking, but like it feels like there's this goal that like you know what I mean? Like they don't care if it takes 10 years or 100 years. Like the long-term goal here is that the chosen one, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, anyway. Okay, sorry. I diverted way too far on this point. Let's web standards don't give a monetization. Okay. If you build an empire on top of something, there's absolutely zero incentive to tear it down the betterment of humanity. That's not how capitalism works. This is so prime. I'm reading this out of context, but it's like it's so funny because like you painting the frameworks as the big bad when like at least myself or something or like a couple people doing open source, and then when you think about the drivers behind web standards and like what I just showed you in terms of like bringing our framework into the browser to lock it in. Yeah, this is so funny out of context. Anyway, sorry. Talk to the line here. Webcomp's policy proposal based writs the future. Of course, this from the framework author. Not that people usually shipping, maintaining software built with these frameworks. People actually shipping software are the majority, but not. It really gets high follower. The people actually shipping software are tired of framework turn. They're tired of the shit they wrote last month being outdated already. Okay, they want stability. They want to know the stuff they build and work tomorrow. Okay, as I mentioned already, they're tired of the shit they worked last month being outdated already. That is the universal human tech condition. It has nothing to do with your choice of web components or not. Has to be proven. No framework can promise that. No. Nothing can promise that. Anyways, you know what framework I want to use? I want to use a framework that aligns with the platform, not one that replaces it. I want a framework that values incremental innovation over user lock-in. I want a framework that's okay to break things if it means web is a better place for everyone. Yes, that comes at a cost, but almost every good investment is. I would argue that the cost will be less expensive than learning a new framework real and buttons umpteenth time. Should I send Corey my article? It sounds like it's the framework he's looking for. Let's keep on going. The web platform may not be perfect, but it continuously gets better. Good. I don't think frameworks are bad, but as a community, we need to recognize that the fundamental piece of the platform has changed, and it's time to embrace the interoperable component model the web components have given us. And even if that means breaking things, the component war is over. Yeah, I actually wrote all this. I'd say the churn got so extreme that severely affecting the quality of end user server. But who's driving the churn? Is the React team, like, don't get me wrong, stuff like RCs are a big change, but they're like a once in a decade kind of change. All the React stuff up to this point, I mean, I guess hooks, you could argue, 5-year cycles. Sure. But like, I don't think anyone forced the churn. People have FOMO about stuff because of the way we push stuff. You could just stay on your old technology and be fine with it. Like, you don't need to invent a mechanism to let you stay on your old technology. The compiler now, I mean, I really, we'll talk about this more, but I really don't want any assumed behavior from signals attaching to the DOM. In a sense, they are effects, and because of effects scheduling, and because of like async transactions, because of a whole bunch of technical details in terms of, and these are things that framework authors haven't decided on, we haven't consolidated on, still exploring. I think it is incredibly dangerous if we assume any presumed behavior from signals directly tied into the DOM. I think we should, in the same way we avoid effects in the spec, we should avoid thinking about putting stuff into the DOM anytime soon. Security updates are a thing, yes. It's so funny about these. This is the funniest thing. How should I put it? I feel bad coming to these meetings because I usually just like kick the stuff to crap and just be like I don't have the solution yet, and I don't think we all have the solution, but we're like way too early to try and like decide what that solution is. Like, not even remotely close. We're still discovering the parts of it. Like, slow down. You guys are 10 years too soon. And I know that's brutal because it doesn't get you to your goal, but like maybe not 10 years, maybe like 7-8 years. Signals are, the baseline of signals are finally getting to where, yeah, this is yes. Yeah, just so I can provide feedback. Like, yes, yeah. This is what it seems. It's fun. Stay on old technology. Tell that to recruiters. Yeah, I mean, maybe the whole industry is pushing people this way, right? But like, and don't get me wrong, but like the reason there's a difference between React 2015 and 2018. I'm talking about like the area between when React went prime time and React right before hooks. The difference during that time period was still extreme every single year, but it had nothing to do with what React was shipping, or very tangentially. It was just literally driven by people and patterns and stuff. So like, this evolution is independent of setting the spec or framework. This will happen regardless of which way we go. Right? Like, Yes, so he's saying, yeah, exactly. He's saying recruiters in the industry the problem, not the frameworks. Yes, that's what he's saying. Okay. Sorry, that wasn't probably the best use of time. I wanted to get a certain perspective. I'm gonna go back to my original article here because I think we need to fill in some of the blanks in our table because a bunch of people read this and they were all like, I'm hoping people who watched the stream have read the article, but a bunch of people read it and they were like, right, he's not saying very much. And every section I said something very important, but it's not like people were looking for something to argue against, some kind of thing to pick at. And it was hard because every section would be like, okay, web components are the biggest risk of what I can see. Conclusion. This one. And it says portal interrupt the web. One mitigated feature need. One sets. Future. Right? Compelling, right? This is exactly what the promise of web components are so alluring and so dangerous. Okay. So didn't say very much in the intro. But a lot of these things, I just bring up some anecdotal story just so people can get in the right mindset. The only place that I actually talk about the actual technical costs in this article is in here. It's this one section, and I think there's like 4 points. Rich Harris, thankfully, went in great detail about them on Twitter, which is cool. I was away, and it was very helpful for him to like explain stuff because I said stuff like one-liner, like DOM elements can be cloned, but custom elements have different behaviors, which means they should be imported instead. I didn't explain or show people code what I meant there. This is the whole clone node versus import node thing. Like, I'm very brief in my technical explanation of the whole realm of solutions and problems here. So yes, I am sorry. I am getting into that now. Did you ever try with them? Yeah, I mean, we can't. I feel like this alone suggests why it's hard. If you touching in this realm is really hard. If we can't do that, the platform is hopeless too. I do appreciate people working on standards that they nudge us in the right way a little bit, and they're like, hey, let me see, is there something here there? Like, is there something that we can agree on? That's what they do best, and sometimes they can find those pieces. But I mean, a large part of my working and stuff with Solid, and on the personal side, was I was trying to get framework authors together. I don't know if it worked, but a lot of the stuff I did the stream, a lot of the stuff, I noticed that the different camps weren't talking to each other and that they weren't sharing information. And there's a lot of misconceptions of like all the frameworks are kind of the same, which is why it's always hard. Like, there are differences and like nuanced pieces, but like high level, you can say stuff's kind of all the same. And I think we needed to kind of get to a place where we could have those kind of conversations. So in a sense, I appreciate the work being done on a lot of people in standards because they do try and facilitate those kind of conversations. Sometimes the conversations are too early and they keep on like pushing at it and you're just like, just not the right time. But like, I know the good intent is there. So the proving point is most of wanting one solution for all frameworks usually anticipate a specific use case with headroom and expect to use the pick framework depending on the use case. No, it's not quite like that. Most of these frameworks are actually general purpose. They don't expect it for a specific use case. They might prioritize certain situations, but they actually aim to be very wide, almost like the platform itself. The difference comes in, as I said, people have different opinions of what should be prioritized. People have different visions of what it should look like. It's not that like in some cases they're like, okay, we're slightly better at this and that, but no one goes out to create a framework to like not be good at everything. I know that seems weird. I mean, Astro said, hey, we're focusing on one thing, and it was kind of refreshing. But most of the render libraries are fairly general, and they do try and take on pretty much everything, which We can argue whether that's a good thing or not, but I don't think, I think they are actually trying to appeal to the one solution for all. That is exactly what they're doing. They know that they can't succeed, but through their effort, they hope that they can, move things forward. Ooh, I like this. It's not a web component, that's just a DOM. There are 4 types of attributes. IDL attributes, content attributes, Boolean attributes, and event handler attributes. Nice. There's nothing non-custom element framework can do that a custom element cannot do. I don't know. I 100% agree. It's interesting. I could take this argument. I could definitely take this argument, but the problem is sometimes the fact that something's a DOM element gets in the way. Now you could argue with a custom element frame, you don't have to make that thing a DOM element, but sometimes the boundary is not in the right place. So yes, you could find solutions. It's just, we should get into some examples and kind of look at this. I wish everyone went all in and trying to fix React and make it amazing. Oh, I love this argument. No other web framework offers a good universal web app for web, mobile, and other platforms with one code base. I disagree with this, obviously. I think that you can do this in another framework. This is not unique to React, but React's the popular thing. So why don't we all just fix React? Do you see the parallels here? We should just fix React. But React's saying here, I don't need to be fixed. I'm exactly the way I want to be. Sometimes there's just different solutions. You don't fix it. React innately believes in its like virtual DOM re-render mentality. That is its philosophy. It's going to take it to the ends of the universe. I might disagree. I might go out and try and prove where it falls apart, where there's better solutions for it. But React is specifically React because of this. Now let's do that same word swap. I wish everyone went all in trying to fix web components and make it amazing. I mean, like, okay, I can't do this all the thing. It's no other, but like, it's not quite the same because web components are, not great for say, well, actually, but you can see a thing because like there's a lot of web platforms out there. No other web framework offers good universal for all the web platforms with one code base or something. My point is there, in the same way that with a straight face, I might be like hard for me where I'm sitting to recommend the React approach for everything. How could I recommend web components under the same banner? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I keep on seeing parallels here between this. Thanks for writing this. As I said, I don't agree with this at all, but I think it's interesting to kind of like just shift around the variables bin. Well, I mean, which framework do you think can do that today? Sure, we have NativeScript, but it's so far behind that there isn't any option. I mean, what? Okay, so you're basically saying that the quality of the solutions React ecosystem is so far ahead of the others that we should just like forget that there could be better things. What I meant is, yeah, sure. I've heard that React Native is much better than NativeScript or Tory Mobile or all this stuff. People tell me this. The NativeScript people get really mad when I repeat that people tell me this. But this, in my opinion, is not a fundamental nature of React kind of thing. So that's what I'm. That's all I mean by that. Yeah, terso and capacitor is another example. Sure. All right. So yeah, I started writing. Where is it? Dev 2. Let's get into this. To begin with, DOM elements have attributes and properties. This is so that they can be represented as HTML. Attributes accept only strings, while properties, being a JS interface, can handle any value. Native DOM elements have many rules around specific attributes and properties, like how Booleans exist means they apply, while others are pseudo-Boolean, and so on. Like there's a lot of rules. Don't worry. Goal of templating language is to solve this in a uniform way. We can make special rules around known elements and attributes, but with custom elements, we don't know this because they're user defined. So this is why some templating languages have interesting prefixes. Like lit has like dot, prop, at, event, question mark, boolean. Solid has attra, prop, bool. Prefixes for this reason, and every runtime location and compiler hook needs to be aware of this. You might think we need better templating as a standard, but JSX, that thing I just showed you with Justin from Lit, there's implications of that decision. A few years ago, people probably agreed that the way Lit did templating was something that's a good approach. Other solutions could output it. However, in the interim, we realized that reactive rendering, like what Solid does, outperforms it. It does so by changing the semantics of templating. If we moved ahead, we'd have a standard that would not be the best way to do templating. Yeah, I think we actually just saw an example of that when I looked at that spec. So let's look here to this, and let's go back to our list for a second. So what does this impact? Consuming web components. We need to think about. So annoying how I have to like update the numbers when I add the subpoints. We should talk about attrs versus props. Okay. Right. One actual interesting thing. Sorry, not the tangent too far here, but let me see if I can find it. There was one other response to my article that I thought was really good. Yeah, here we go. This is actually my favorite response. This is the best response article to this by far. If you didn't read this is yeah, this is just great. And yes, I agree that signals are orthogonal completely. I'm just talking about the danger of templating languages built in, not about the signal prop handling thing is an interesting problem. Yeah. Nolan's article is absolutely great. Web developer, Seattle, working for Salesforce. Okay. He's written tons of great articles about web components, actually. I saw a few of them in the past. This is not the first time I've read Nolan's articles before. Right. The Great Divide, web codes are not the future. Corey's response, right? JS framework, yeah, blah, blah, blah. So just kind of setting himself up. Yeah. Performance. This is completely true. If your goal is to build the absolute fastest framework you can, then want to minimize the DOM. Results testament. That's alienate some of my friends in the web community by saying that performance isn't everything. Sure. There are other trade-offs. Sure. Yeah. We talked about those. Maintainability, security. Okay. And we talked about a lot of these, right? To make silly example, I can make DOM faster by doing this. Yeah, and this is the thing. It's always easy to game benchmarks specifically. So we do have to take the greatest salt, 4 versus 4 each. Yeah, okay. Speedrunners. He compares us to speedrunners shaving seconds off. A 5-minute run. Yeah. The only thing that's funny about this comparison here is if your goal all means jump backwards log jump across the entire stage instead of Mario run forward, I will continue to press for you doing that. It's just not for me. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of speed running, so this one talks to me completely. The funny thing though, I'm just going to put there from a framework standpoint, working with web components is the thing that has us doing the backward long jump. Do you know what I mean? Like we can build stuff to optimize for speed with the DOM it's tricky. We have to be aware of the DOM properties and we have to do all this stuff. And then once we do that, what we can offer to the developer is something that, they don't have to worry about the long jumping. But as soon as web components come in, you start hitting all the exception cases and you're going to be like, okay, what are we doing, right? Least surprising relation ever. Okay, so minimizing the use of DOM is classic optimization, blah, blah, blah. That's something you can do with simpler approaches. Yeah, using CSS is linked here, yeah, definitely. Funny thing is, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Similar with defining custom elements, use different frameworks. Sometimes you need framework B. Yeah, we talked about this. This is good. Okay, let's go. That's it. Matter if you're dealing with resource constrained environment where every millisecond grow, ditch your web components. Yeah. There's a reason Solid is used so much on mobile television. This is where we've gotten our into larger companies. I want to see more of it. These companies won't talk about it, but I talked to developers working on there. I did companies like Netflix, companies like Comcast. We actually had the thing on. I've recently heard some stuff happening at Apple. So I mean, there is truth to this, but I do want to point out that if it was actually harder to make things faster, it's like harder to use web components than it is to make things faster. That's which makes the speedrunning thing kind of not thing. Okay, and then cost standards. This is where I keep off the ground train. As a framework author, I just don't find that much effort in support web components. Detecting props versus attributes is a simple prop and element check. Outputting web components is indeed painful, but hey, nobody said you have to do it. View to standby web component wrapper, remount exists, etc. Okay, which is important. He's highlighting what I talked about, which I said separating the idea of consuming versus outputting, right? Like the authoring versus consuming, right? You can freeze your code, of course you can, but assuming I don't want to freeze your brain in Ember, then yes, you do need to account for new stuff like proxies. I love this argument because proxies are exactly like what what proxies did to JavaScript are like what web components did to the DOM, right? Like people got really spooked by the fact, I'm just going to open a terminal here, that with proxies, if you could go like object.value equals 5, some crazy code somewhere else to go. This was the obstacle for signals, right? It wasn't proxies originally. But think about it. Solid exists because of proxies in a sense, because Surplus didn't handle proxies properly because it didn't know that they were reactive expressions. It only knew how to handle functions, and it basically ignored property access. So suddenly it went from just being functions being reactive to like any property access be reactive. Right? Proxy can also mess up with instance of. Yeah, you could get in the way of it. Yeah, so I think this is fair. Right? So like, I just wanted to kind of like, I think proxies are a great example of this. Here's another funny one, right? What happens when I go div.innerHTML equals some HTML string that now has my L in it, right? Suddenly, some arbitrary JavaScript's going to run synchronously at the time of the DOM parsing. This is different than a mutation observer, which fires on the next microtask queue. Remember that? We're full circling here. Like suddenly you're in this interesting zone where stuff actually runs inadvertently because you did an inner HTML. Right? Like it's not just because I'm listening to a specific property or stuff. Like you get into a world where arbitrary JavaScript runs. I gotta. Yeah, we'll let me continue. I won't. I'll get into this in a minute when we talk about ats and props. Okay. As a framework author, you want to freeze it. If you want to freeze your thinking, you can do that, or you can. I don't think anyone wants to freeze their thinking. Most of these frameworks I'm talking about were developed after web components came out. So let's go. Cat and mouse game, but if you don't want to freeze your brain, yeah, blah, blah, blah. From there, I get the person in the wide swath of web component community does not care about web components. That's probably true. I mean, he hasn't made an argument. His argument against my thing is that prop and element check. So that's the whole reason why he doesn't believe that it's hard to support. I have more examples, so let's get into that in a minute. Less standard entirely becomes the developmental, like slots, native slots. Authors, their slots should work like native auths. Yeah, exactly. Like Rich Harris. True, but again, we could say that about new browsers to use intersections or is lazy. Yeah, that's fine. Just because some website doesn't mean you use it. Yeah, that's fine. But the fact that inner HTML changes is profoundly different than whether I choose not to use slots or not. I feel like, there's some fun with slots too. I can talk about. Since there's nothing wrong with comments, they're only used. The promise dangerous. Here I totally agree. As I said before, web components are bad at a lot of things. Server-side rendering, accessibility, interop. In some cases, there are plenty of good things. Blah blah. Emily, reasonable point here. Blame social media. I find these beats tiresome. My own experience at Salesforce, we built stuff. Marketplace, strict background compatibility here. We intended to support for years, not decades. Is that you? Maybe you shouldn't build your entry out of web components, or maybe you should. I can't say. I mean, I'm glad about this. Me and Nolan will check in hopefully with each other in about 7 or 8 years and see how well that held up. What I find exciting about web is the sheer number of people doing amazing, bizarre things. Blah 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 blah. Okay, that's great. And it ends with a nice positive note. Right. Yeah. One last one. I don't want to get into this. I think Theo might have talked about this one already, so I don't need to. This is kind of like this premise that there's different types of components. I'll bite there. I'll say that's okay. I'll say that project specific, they're saying don't belong in it. These ones general could. We've kind of already talked about where this falls apart, but there's something that was said, framework. There's something that was said in the conclusion that I want to say. So, damn it, I'm not going to find the quote here, but it was something that suggested that frameworks, that web components were doing us a favor. I'm going to get tied up in all these responses if I follow through them all. I think the idea here, though, is that like stuff that's, as I said, based on your application code, application logic, doesn't necessarily need to be a web component. So, I mean, this is a fair take. I'm not going to find it right now, unfortunately. Okay, sorry, I got to keep on moving. Yeah, at the bottom. Yeah, because I see this line. So how we concluded that frameworks are useful, web components are also useful. Stop fighting and make awesome shit, whatever tools. Yeah, that's great. But that's not what. No, there was a line that's basically suggested that web components were helping frameworks. I don't know where it was. Anyways, it's fine. Okay. It doesn't matter that much. I unfortunately probably reopened stuff. So we have this, and then I closed Nolan's article because I was done with that. Okay, so let's go to here. Yeah, maybe it was the tweet. So I started writing an article, and I wanted to summarize my response to all the responses kind of generally. And I hope this helps people understand my perspective. So I think we had a point in our document here that was about why not the feature. This chunk of text I could probably just it's not even the future. This is just my response. It's fine. Let's just go here. So point number 1, web components aren't new. This isn't coming from a position of change is bad or being stuck in the past, but rather Been there, done that, and we should really reconsider. If a framework has slots that differ from the standards, it's because they started with the standards and realized it wasn't the right fit. Web components are not doing frameworks a favor. Some of the greatest criticisms come from the frameworks that support web components the best. Ones that have smaller market share that could arguably benefit from using them for adoption. Ones that would care about using more of the platform to reduce their footprint, and yet the authors are aligned on this. And then finding success with web components doesn't preclude them from scrutiny. Every decision has opportunity cost. My argument is that with the overall cost of the platform. It is great when people find success with a solution. As site application developers, our job is to create solutions, but platform and general tools like frameworks have to stand by a wider criteria for success. Okay. So let's just jump right into attributes and properties. Okay. I talked a bit in my previous article how potential custom attribute properties meant that the rules of how to best handle them suddenly open up. There have always been special cases. See, number 6 in Rich Harris's "Why Don't Use Web Components," right? This example, he's just showing that like some attributes reflect weirdly, like, has attribute disabled, doesn't have it. Set a prop to true, now it has it because it reflected. Remove the attribute. Okay, so that makes sense. And then he goes, type of button disabled Boolean, get attribute, object, button disabled true. This is kind of like what Rich has been doing recently. As a framework author, you hit really interesting exception cases all the time because you try and set properties and set attributes, and then you find these weird ones. What's this one? Div set class is 1, div class name is 1, div class name 2, class 2, that's 6, and then we don't. He's basically just pointing at all these things. To be fair, none of these things actually have much to do with web components themselves. But it's just important to understand that before we even get into stuff, there is quirkiness in the DOM that we all deal with. These are also exceptions for web components. Good. But now we need to account for any special flavor the custom elements might have. This, I admit, seems pretty minimal consideration, but I want to show how much even the smallest things open up a giant can of worms. Some things to consider. Attribute values can only be strings. Attribute names are case insensitive. Only HTML can be serialized for SSR. There are a few ways we can handle this from a component consumption standpoint, right? Runtime heuristics. As Nolan pointed out in his article, as a framework author, I don't find it's much effort to support web components. Detecting props versus attribute is simple prop and check. And yeah, that's a fairly common technique. One I believe is used by Svelte and in the future React 19. The idea is that if templating name is exact match for the property, like case and everything, like so it looks on the DOM and sees if it's like on the element, it'll set it as that. Otherwise, it will set the attribute. As a web component author, you need to make sure that everything is able to be set as a JS property as well as an attribute. I think is important. I think you should be doing this anyways. This works relatively fine, assuming that elements is upgraded before any attributes or properties are set. We'll talk about this more later. There is some fun. It's not like depending on upgrading time. As I said, this clone node makes it obvious, but there's other times that I've hit this issue in the past where we'll actually like set a bunch of attributes on an element, and then before it's like upgraded, so like before it's actually reactive, then it knows it changes. So the basically like the code that we have to observe attribute changes hasn't set. So like in Solid Element, for example, our wrapper component register library, the underlying thing I wrote like 10 years ago, we actually like do this whole game of like also checking what's already there to make sure that we don't just assume that's like the default values. Anyways, that's a minor detail. I do have a question though. As a consumer of web components during SSR, i.e. not necessarily on a platform that supports expanding or rendering these components, but allows them in HTML output, like pretend like I'm HTMX, for example. I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense. What HTML output would you expect for this? I mean, this could even be solid. Forget HTMX for a second. If I wrote this, some property, I'm React and I'm using camel case in this property, would you expect my element some property high? Like, are you expecting it to reflect as an attribute, or expecting it not to be there? Or are you expecting it to get transformed into like the attribute kind of name? Because, this is case insensitive. So generally, like attributes might use dash case or something. The only reason I'm asking this question is because the heuristics at runtime, right? So if there's no DOM element on the server to ask the question of if the property exists, it's kind of undefined to decide what the behavior is. Right, but I'm just assuming that you want us to, like, someone wants to support. If you pass, I mean, that is an answer. Only pass strings to web components. But if you want to have templating that can pass like a list, like because you want to iterate over it or something more, like you could always JSON stringify it, and I've done that before. But then the cost on update is extreme because you're creating new references. Like, good luck passing signals that way. I mean, it's fine. You don't pass the signals, but like no stores, no, like you serialize it to a string. It's like JSON stringifying, JSON parsing data every time you pass it through a component. It's expensive. You don't want to do that. Well, yeah. So basically, the argument here is that if you're going to assume that there's no properties, that you're only passing strings in. I think that's fair, right? Maybe this is part of the problem with the flexibility. You might have but like if you have a big set of data that you want to send into your component, you don't pass JSON to it. That way, you render the list, like as HTML on the server, and like the wrapper can do some wrapping. I mean, control flow is interesting, right? Like you're putting these custom elements on the page in the first place, I'm assuming because you want client interactivity. Otherwise, you would just render the HTML. So if you want control over how the list renders with the custom element, you do have to consider this question, right? You could choose not to include in the output, right? Null and odd because serialize a string. But if you don't have a runtime that's able to render the web components on the server, you actually don't know. A compiler can help automatically or without setting other conventions. You're probably better, or can't help without setting other conventions. You're probably better to treat everything that can be an attribute as an attribute, and then hope that hydration in the client sort of takes care of the rest. What I mean is, if you are in a situation where you're trying to consume this in an environment that runs JavaScript on the outside of the web component, like you understand, like if I just remove some property on here and then this web component renders onto my page, when it better not trigger the upgrade and render on the server on the client before it gets this prop. Otherwise, it might not render the right thing. And then the prop comes in and you get like a double flicker on render, right? Like it renders my element without the property. And then when the framework hydrates, it then renders it with the property. You get like a double render, like a flash kind of situation if you couldn't hold it. And I know web component specs are working on like a defer to hydration thing. So maybe this is a solvable problem, but I just want to get you in the thinking of this realm here because people are like, oh, we got the declarative shadow DOM. Yeah, like you can completely render web components on the server with declarative shadow DOM. But like, before we even get into that, let's just talk about like, let's just put this element in our React component, right? By the spec, you mean lit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you use it through context, obviously, right? But I mean, then it's not isolated. I mean, we'll get, I'm just trying to. Okay, let's keep on going. Oh, we got a raid. Sorry, I've been so into my stuff, I didn't even sign into to Twitch today to actually see what's going on. Yeah, thank you. Where my... Oh, weird, my Twitch is way behind. Oh, whatever. Why am I not even seeing the raid? Oh, well. Okay, anyways, let's continue on here. Okay, the other option is explicit convention. And I actually went to the web component Discord, and they actually said that they like the explicit convention because it gives them more control, right? Another approach is what lit does, which is provide explicit templating prefixes to the developer to choose from. Async connected call. Interesting. So you're suggesting like basically wait on something from the framework. I mean, or from like something that would tell it to that hydration was good, right? Right. Like, but like there is a timing, right? You have to wait for like queue micro task or set timeout might work, but it's not guaranteed. It's like throwing a dart blindfolded. Like it'll like, I think this is smart. If the web components you're using are aware, it's a little bit awkward if they're like meant to be universal, like something like shoelace. No, I assume shoelace only takes string attributes and not properties for stuff. But I'm just, you kind of get where I'm just trying to think here from the space of things that consumed. I'm not necessarily writing these components in Solid, so they're not aware of this, or React. I'm just trying to use them, right? So yeah, lit does this, right? Dot name, question for booleans, all this kind of stuff. So it's interesting that arguably the most prevalent web component framework chose this explicit style convention over any smart heuristic. There's obviously interesting choices still to be made, like how do you handle static prop attributes and ones of value versus dynamic. I'm actually going to put a thread here. I think Joe's in chat, but he actually made a really long thread on the Solid Discord. I'm going to drop this like example here. He wanted to show all the cool different syntax that you can do in lit and how they output. See, he foo, dot foo, foo2, dot foo2, how do you, like this kind of stuff. And then you can see some of the logs, and then just kind of get an idea of what's going on here. Let's go element, and actually, can I inspect this? This might be the best way to do it. Yeah. You can kind of get an idea of what you're dealing with your div. So we have foo, hello, so the string attribute goes straight through. Dot foo, hi, howdy means that I thought it was hi. Oh no, sorry. Okay, so this is static. Setting the property got ignored. I guess it doesn't flip because it's just a div, so it doesn't have a foo property. Foo2 is set as a attribute. But then, oh yeah, this is funny, which I see down here, hey, and then dot foo, if it's static, not interpolated, it actually becomes dot foo in the DOM. So yeah, that's interesting. So question mark, bar, static doesn't show up, baz true, lorem false, but if I do do, it shows up or it doesn't show up, right? So basically their syntax here actually only applies to interpolated values, not to statically stringed values. It's just interesting. I didn't know how this worked. In Solid, our rules would always apply to either. We'd like, from the compiler standpoint, look at this and be like, oh, okay, this is meant to be a Boolean, so we can't treat it just like a static. But yeah, I think this is interesting. Anyways, foo bar yo. Yeah, foobar yo is showing the casing, foobar sup, and then again, explicit, and I'm sure if I went in here, we can see the console log similar. Anyways, this is just showing that there's a wide range of control and flexibility here. Oh, the link I sent didn't work? Is it like too long? I wonder if it got truncated. I mean, I can try it one more time, but honestly, you guys, it's not that interesting. This was just an example. Oh, it gets split into two messages. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. I just wanted to show the syntax. the reason this came up was that, actually, do I link it here? I've started referencing stuff in here because it was taking too long to, no, yeah, there's a discussion going on in Solid Discord about, or sorry, in Solid GitHub about handling some of these conventions differently, and whether like it's better to default to properties in some cases because it's like the happy path. Because right now Solid, when it sees a web component, always uses a property, except for when you override. So we're like, what if we just made it attributes and then like basically aligned with the lit? That's what we're thinking about right now. It's just an aside, but Generous approach is powerful in that a compiler can know exactly how to optimize for each case, and desired behavior is explicit, but it pushes the responsibility on the consumer. I need to know if the property I wish to set it versus that true. For SSR, we can be a bit smarter in terms of what gets rendered, because it's like clear that it's the prop. It's not just like, oh, this might be a prop, but it doesn't change the fact that render HTML is potentially incomplete, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess like this is a lot in my mind. Developers like usually don't have to think about this. I'm not sure that hiding it is as simple as just doing the in check. The SSR consideration is the time period when this component is rendered HTML leaves client side filled. In this case, there isn't full server-side rendering. It is blank space waiting to be filled. Timing is essential because you don't want the component to wake up and render itself before it receives the properties. The difference between this and typical SR framework is that SSR with HTML represents the whole possible output. If no JavaScript is ran in the client, then you see what you get, whereas web components have the potential of being lossy in their encoding. We're mixing inputs and outputs in our markup. Now, we could blame this on not supporting web components in a non-DOM environment. That's a bigger ask. If it clearly isn't enough to prop an element here to check in the browser. Supporting them means we need to consider how they impact any environment one might choose to use them. If you're using web components, the solution is building framework. You're going to consider it a fundamental building block. Now the output is so basically you're going to render the declarative shadow DOM, essentially, is how you're going to solve this. Because even if the properties are missing and your framework is made of all web components, you have this benefit that connected callbacks happen from root down to leaves. So you know that the parent will hydrate before the child and so on. It just will trigger all the way down. Whereas like you don't have the same guarantee when you're just consuming web components. So, and if you use stuff like declarative shadow DOM, you don't have to worry about the lossy encoding because you know, as much, because you will render the actual full realized stuff from the server in the first place. So yeah, if I'm using lit, the only actual problem, the SSR problem is not really a problem. It's if I'm like just trying to use it outside of it, this prop versus attribute thing is interesting. I don't have much new to add from what I said in the original thing. The fundamental mismatch here is that most frameworks view components as an input format and HTML DOM as possible output formats. Web components intertwine these in a way that is no longer separable. You need to buy in completely. Yeah, so, I mean, this is not a deal breaker. Adding this complexity is weird from a templating standpoint. Like, it's an extra. If you don't want web components to be framework components, you should probably always use string attributes anyways. So I feel like this concern on the pure consumption side is probably workable. It adds complication to our templating and our JSX tools, but it's like how should I put it? This whole attribute prop bool thing, we wouldn't even care about if we didn't have web components, essentially. There'd be no need to even look at this. Right? But you get my point? It's like if you build your whole site with web components all the way down, then you can control this thing. But if you don't, and you have to JavaScript interface with the components and try and do it in a declarative way, there is a gap here. So maybe this is an addressable gap, but what I'm demonstrating here for this particular topic is that the consumer of your framework now has to be very concerned with attributes versus props versus like the different types of prop things where they wouldn't have not worried about before. The framework has to, have logic to handle and process these separately. And that, as I said, timing mismatches need to be kind of worked out through. And it's kind of fundamental because it's based on the fact that like we're encoding data into the HTML. Like if you, as I said, isomorphic, like render framework, the HTML you get out is the final HTML. And you could argue that with DSD, that what you get out is the final HTML. But if you can't serialize some of the like properties or attributes coming in, what you get is not what you get until it hydrates. And depending on hydration, it's awkward, right? Like what if your framework doesn't want to hydrate web components or incompletion, right? Like this is a constraint like against, say, like something like resumability. You could just say like, once you hit a web component, that's the end of the world. So that's a fair argument. But there is this question of like, should the same framework be able to live inside and outside of the web component? If you were starting from a perspective of here, web components frameworks, and you kind of walk back from it, you kind of think that maybe you should be used for both consuming and authoring. This disconnect can be awkward. Anyway. I mean, this is the first point. I'm hoping this makes sense in the context of both like. Okay, let's look at the next thing. It is interesting though, right? I do think that like the fact that frameworks view DOM as one possible output, whereas like because like on the server we just output strings. Whereas like web components kind of like entwine both worlds. It makes it kind of tricky. Okay, let's go next. Lifecycles. DOM nodes can be created multiple ways, which makes this topic tougher. They can be created on a per element basis or through the DOM parser, say as part of inner HTML. And there's also a difference between creating elements inside of a template and putting that .html on a div per se. Template elements are inert. They don't even exist in the document until they're inserted, right? Rich has been giving great examples of this like all day, like the last couple days. Who cares, right? Like, well, it happens. This is something you have to be aware of when consuming web components because it impacts when they upgrade. A web component that is not upgraded is seen as an unknown element, and while its properties and attributes can be set, they are naked. No custom logic runs. No getter setter trap set up. No behavior based on observed attributes will execute. It means as a web component author, you need to be aware that you aren't always dealing with a clean slate coming in. Sometimes attributes and props have been set before you get to upgrade. Why is this hard for frameworks? We have a lot of mechanisms built off synchronous guarantees. This is the foundation for our consistency model. Even if we schedule differently, it's essential in all frameworks that the UI at any point in time is completely consistent based on the state input being fed in. So like UI equals function of state, like the old React thing. The whole idea is that at any given point of time, given the state, the DOM should reflect it. Yeah, see, and to be fair, when I like Solid Element, when I was building those early demos, I didn't hit these problems because I was building all in web components. I'm actually hitting more issues now when people are generally not building with web components and then they just try and pull stuff in. It's almost like the web components have been so focused on like proving out like the all in on web components thing that they, you know what I mean? I guess we're in like this weird third category because there's like people who just use HTML. And then they just put the web component on the page and they have no expectations. Then there's then there's like places where frameworks are, built completely with web components. And that kind of, as I said, there's overhead, but it works. Or you can come up with mechanisms that work. And then but when you're just trying to like just consume them, there's this like interesting tension. Anyways, web components can upgrade asynchronously, which throws a few wrenches in. Okay. So yeah, we talked about clone node versus import node. The first one is that these similar methods have a huge difference. Import imports elements into the document, whereas clone node does not. This means that web components are not upgraded until connected to the document, which means that all the attribute and property settings happen too early. Again, not that hard to change if the method being used once discovered. See, the reason we hit this in Solid was because we use reactive properties, generally speaking. So the like when we clone the node, and then we like set the values reactively, the underlining getters or setters weren't there yet. So people who had custom elements also built with reactivity, depending on Solid's tracking, would actually just not track because they weren't there. So the signal would go, hey, I'm reading the value. And then the web component would be like, yeah, who cares? And then any future updates wouldn't happen because the signal triggering wouldn't be tracked. Do you know what I mean? Or wouldn't be like, it causes weird disconnect. So people in the community noticed, and then I was like, they figured out that this was the reason this was happening. One of the problems, obviously, that we talked about is that clone node versus import node has a performance overhead. Some people, like at least in Chrome, some people claim that this is not a real thing. Just look at any benchmark. It's fine. I mean, it was enough of a performance difference for us that we detect in Solid. We look through your your JSX and go, oh, there's a web component there. Let's use the other method. We've been doing that since like 2019. Svelte, I think, is adding this in Svelte 5 as well. Like, it's just like it is a thing. And then obviously, if the platform updates it, that's fine. But we actually had another fun thing here. We actually not just clone nodes. We have to worry about our reactivity. Let me see if I can get here. Is that coming up? Yeah, reactivity is next. Okay, I won't get there yet. Again, it's not hard to change the method once discovered, even if it's measurably slower, that it impacts everyone, not just web component users, right? So I mentioned we fixed this by making the compiler like aware of this. Does that end there? Assume top-level document apparently isn't always safe. Check this out. This was an issue that was opened up on GitHub a little while ago. People were like, I currently work on an application based on micro front ends, blah, blah, blah. I have Solid basically assumed that windows.document was the document that we were inserting. But that is wrong here because, again, the custom elements need to work off a different document. And suddenly we get in this weird thing where you like, we're talking about figuring out how to make Solid's render function aware of what documents are DOM. This is like an API that is designed to be cross-platform, not DOM based, like not the render function, but the root function, like the reactive root. Basically, we need a way to eject DOM API into a non-platform specific reactive core to get this to work. I think we can solve it probably, but like I haven't managed to merge this yet. I have to think about this. The core reactive library is a platform agnostic, isn't aware of the DOM. So patching owner doesn't feel right, but I'm sure how else to get it right. Like this whole document ownership problem and upgrade problem has actually manifested into like, oh, we can't just do something reasonable. We have to actually like expose this out, sorry, it's, yeah, I mean, that's fair. No one did it. I mean, a lot of the times, it makes sense to a certain perspective why you think the performance would be worse. It's doing more work. Like, do I write a performance bug because inner HTML is slower than text content? I mean, generally generally what frameworks do is they find the fastest way to do things and they do it the fastest possible way. Right? Like, if something is slower, we don't use it. It's why not? Well, because you literally, are you suggesting that we literally open like the DOM is slow? Fuck, like Like, like everything's slow. It was, I guess the thing is like, until until we were being forced into it, we wouldn't have cared, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. It's like, hey, you guys want us to use this API slower than the other one. Can we do something about it? Yeah. No, that's fair. I generally speaking, when I see something do more work than something else, I have traditionally given on performance. I've traditionally given the benefit of the doubt that it's because it's doing more work. So, you know, that's the collab you're trying to get. Okay, sure, right. I mean, it's one of those ones that's kind of like a little bit weird because it's like, do you know why node.data is faster than setting text content? Like there's certain properties that write faster on text nodes for app. Like we have like this long list of stuff that's all discovered through trial and error that could conceivably change between versions. And it's like, you don't lament the slow stuff usually. You just use the faster stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I was it being slower was like I guess I just accepted it. I was just like, okay, right. Like the reason, like when I wrote the article, I wanted to just collect a bunch of issues. This stuff is just examples of a whole categorical thing. This is why I still stand by the original article, because what I'm getting at is like, I can nitpick at these details, but it doesn't change like the overall perspective on it. It just is like supporting of where things, complexity is added, and someone's going to ask, is it necessary? Like, because the argument I've got is like complexity is not added, and like it says no, complexity is added. I mean, standards do change. I mean, they evolve slowly. My biggest concern is, it's like, what if I think you're fundamentally doing the wrong thing? Like, it's not a fixable problem. It's just the it's like the wrong abstraction, let's say. And because of that abstraction, now we all have to deal with it. Like, I think that's, yes, that is fair. Well, I mean, some of the complexity, I would still have to worry about whatever this problem is. Like, obviously, I have to be realistic here. I can't go back to a place where I could ignore this whole document upgrade timing thing. But like, this is why I thought like an issue like this was kind of interesting, because like it never ends. But I mean, I get it. It's hard because not everyone's gonna be happy about paying the cost, and we all have to like deal with it within reason, right? Yeah, but that's not a helpful thing either. We don't really have that choice realistically. This is just like, something is there, people will use it. Now we're stuck with it. You know, that's been most of my point here, right? Web components are here, but like, you know, I don't think we should go into like, oh, then blank shouldn't support it or doesn't need to support it. No, I mean, we're, you know, interesting. Just a note, the web clone author can now set clonable to true for the shadow root, and both clone node and import node will work. Interesting. That's interesting. To be fair, web components aren't the only import node problem. Image lazy also has this. I think in general, this area is a little bit frustrating. It's always tricky because you go to the browser and you report an issue, and then the browser's like every issue I've ever reported against Mozilla or Chrome, they're just like they basically like kind of go like, it's not our problem, we're actually doing it right, the other browsers are not doing it right, and you're just like, it's very disheartening. I don't even know it's very rare that anything that actually like of this nature they put out there actually ever gets anywhere. So it's like, it's funny. Do you go to the standards and see if those are wrong? Do you go to the browsers when they different implementations and see if they are wrong? There's a bit of a awkwardness here. So yeah, I mean, I think you're fair. It's like when people use our framework and they shortcut features because they're like, this didn't work for us, and then they just like cut it, and then they get annoyed at you for, having these features. Like, I don't like suspense. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's one of those things where like I don't have the time to, and I think this is where you wanted to get on that conversation. Like I have found that talking standards, people have no shortage of like wanting to talk through the issue. So I'm not. I've mentioned multiple times on stream. It's just like the problem is it's like, we are stuck here because we let it pass. I think the best thing we can do really is get ahead of stuff in the future that would be terrible, like we find catastrophic, and make sure it doesn't happen, and then focus, on slowly managing expectations around this stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've been involved with what was a community protocols thing. I have. It's not like I haven't seen this stuff. It's just like there's a degree to like the fact that this web component's existence, and I know this is kind of like, oh, you're just whining kind of perspective. I get that. It's the fact that web component's existence has, and the way these interact with each other, all these APIs, has just opened up this like can of worms that just didn't need to be opened up from our perspective. I understand that you're like, well, we also have to accomplish this and this, where our scope is wider. Like I get that. It's just like, it isn't, it's really, web codes especially, I think, have been a frustration point on this stuff, because it's just like, when we look at it, especially from a framework author side, it's like, who ever asked for this? Like, it feels so backwards, and it's just like, now it's your problem, and you're like, well, you didn't help, which is fine. We want this feedback. We want to be able to help, but it's just like, it's we're already, like, I get it. You're like, we're already here. Now we have to live with it. And it's like, it just, this effort to figure out how to make things work when it just like arguably shouldn't even be there in the first place. It's brutal. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, yeah. I get what you're saying. Like, if we felt strongly enough about it, why don't we just not support it? Then we don't have to worry about it, and then this goes away, right? If you're committing to supporting a feature, and I think this is the problem. I think we're kind of getting to where it is. It wasn't that the frameworks didn't want to support web components. It's a lot of them actually tried to, and then like it we just like it's this. You know what I mean? It's like now it's just like this thing that's just from our perspective, offer almost zero value, and just we have to spend time to make sure that it doesn't sabotage us in the future any further. Yeah, it's hard. Especially for frameworks with less resources, frameworks that only have a handful of full-time developers. It's just like there's whole committees and stuff who've worked on. I know they're volunteers and they're open source, but like who worked on these things compared to the voice of yeah. It's just it's disproportional, which makes it pretty tricky. I thank you for coming in on this, Michael, because you're right. This is like kind of the crux of the people part of the problem, right? Because it's like it's a lot easier. Like you find this with application development, like on a different scale, right? When someone's using your framework and something doesn't work and they find a bug, they just work around the bug. They might not even report the bug. And you're like, man, if you report the bug, you could have helped all the other people who use the framework. And instead you just like found a workaround and just continued on with your day. Sometimes the JavaScript frameworks on top of the platform are a bit like that. They're just like, oh, that's weird. Okay, whatever. Do the next thing. But as I said, I got to the article not because of any individual one of these things. It's because it was like the what I call like the lie, the myth about web components and future proofing and that I was just like, oh, just hold on a second. Like they aren't, and they have made things more complicated. There is a tax. So like it's not just like I can ignore them, but it's also not like they're beneficial. So in like a certain sense, I understand some people find them beneficial, but that's the kind of thing. Right, people do continue. I witnessed that when I joined on the web the web component thing. I was talking about something about resumability and serialization, and someone like basically like drafted out an idea of like how this could work, and I was like, okay, whoa, like it's missing some details on what mechanically how this could work. Like it's sometimes I wonder like the eagerness to like find these solutions gets like way ahead of where like we reasonably should be. I don't know. That's just like the sense I get. I was just like, it's just like so much context information being missing, and then just like, yeah. But I mean, maybe that's just part of like the attitude. I don't know. It's just something that I've noticed. Anyways, sorry. We've kind of gone very deep in this specific zone on this. I probably should get back to where I was going here. What do we got? Reactivity. Signals have been becoming a new norm of front end, sure. Not only is frameworks, but also candidate for standardization. This has been an interesting interaction with Lifecycles because in most cases, top level, I don't believe you want to auto track reactivity, but because these events can sometimes fire synchronously, you might find yourself tracking things you never intended. One side effect of realizing that import node was preferred was that suddenly all reactive reads and constructor and connected callbacks were triggering unexpected re-renders of the whole web component. So when we detect web components, we also untrack the whole template, but that isn't always enough. So this was a fun one. Got this issue. Custom elements have numerous callbacks, and these should untrack to avoid recursion. This is a bit tricky because a lot of the DOM methods for manipulation could be cause callbacks to fire. So it's just basically showing all the callbacks and saying that any of these could be reactive scoped. Again, this problem, I feel like, let's go back to our table and kind of organize stuff here again. So when we're authoring, assuming, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a separate category for this, but I think one of the problems that we have to consider here is that if the same framework is on the outside and the inside, are we, like, what are we doing, right? Like, are we in a good spot? Because attributes versus props is mostly an external thing, like consuming. Upgrade, lifecycle, is mostly a consuming concern. I guess this is an authoring problem. This is still a consuming concern. It's only like this was one for me, but like reactivity, when same lib inside outside, right? All right, kind of interesting. So yeah, I let me see here. Back to our list here. I mentioned that's similar to inner HTML, but yeah, I mean, or sorry, similar to proxies, but inner HTML is interesting because like you don't always see the result of that. Okay, context APIs. I put this under lifecycle. That's interesting. It's funny because I don't think I have a few notes on this. While a framework can take precautions, it can't protect against all uses. We can't guarantee with certainty all cases won't come across a non-upgraded element. If you can't guarantee that your children won't be upgraded at the time the parent rendering, then it's pretty difficult to have a mechanism like context work. Because context works synchronously. In frameworks, this tends to be a hierarchical mechanism that lives synchronously during the lifetime of rendering. The framework injects it wherever it needs to run stuff and goes from there. So like basically like while it's executing, like React runs its VDOM, like it has a context. When Solid runs a render effect, or it has a context. In Solid, we keep context in the React system. Whenever computation runs, we're able to look it through the computation. In React, it's based VDOM. Yeah, that's what I just said. However, were an element to upgrade asynchronously, then the framework wouldn't be in control of the reentry point. There would be no context. Where would you possibly do a lookup? There is one thing you have, the parent DOM node. Presumably, that was rendered by a parent component. So the point of rendering, yeah. I feel like, I don't know where this fits in my map, but both of these are the same thing where you have the same system on both sides. Because I'm not suggesting that these are framework components. This is like a category maybe we need here is like framework on both sides concerns. And in this place we have what do we have? Reactivity concerns, context concerns. They're very similar. Right. So where are we? Presumably this was rendered by a parent component. So the point of rendering, you have a context. This is exactly what we do in Solid. When we detect a custom element, we compile an extra line to add the owning context to it. So a trick that we did in Solid is basically like you'll see in our compiler, we add a $owner prop and we get the context so that we can write it on the element. So even if like there's some scenario, like maybe you don't actually have the JavaScript loaded, lazy loading of the element yet. So import node has the document, but it hasn't upgraded because you haven't loaded the JavaScript for that component yet. You have an owner on the DOM, and that way, even though it will execute asynchronously, you won't actually. You can look up the DOM parent tree to find it instead of having to rely on a context which can't be there. Of course, consume the web component. We need to know how to restore it inside like our solid element library, right? So like this only works because we control both sides. But if you have your own web component implementation, you need to manage that yourself if you want to tap into Solid's context. Okay. So web component frameworks have a solution. So since it's given that no avoiding the promise order of document import node, it's funny, I stress that too much, but signals-based reactivity is an interesting topic. We haven't done okay. But context for web components can be solved. Back in 2021, I was involved in a discussion in a web component community group around events for context. I don't know if this approach has evolved, but it's sufficiently to see how one might approach web components in web component framework. Just as what you do is you have elements fire events and they bubble up the tree to the parent, and then those events have a function on them that the parent basically calls the function with the arguments to get it back down, and that all happens synchronously. So you're able to basically use DOM events to manage context. Quite smart approach, I will say, because it works even with asynchronous upgrades. Because at any point when the child web component like wakes up, then it can fire its event and get the parent. So it's kind of like a DOM lookup, but it's not manual. It's using the event system. But it is very tied to the DOM, right? So I'm very interested to see how an approach like this works with SSR. I wonder, like, the lit, I saw some lit.dev. I saw some conversation on Twitter suggesting that if I go to the docs and if I'm managing data, that context is actually right here. So they will lit context. Context data needs assumed, blah, blah, blah. My understanding is that this uses this approach. I'm interested in how they handle SSR, right? Because it would suggest, I think, that that you don't only need to emulate rendering custom elements, but emulate the DOM event system on the server in order to make this work. One of the challenges with SSR has been that it's very performance sensitive. Unlike a lot of the browser stuff where you're stuck with the overhead of the DOM, we can make SSR significantly faster by just using string templates. That's why when the Fastify benchmark came out, a few weeks back, like the difference between frameworks was literally boiled down to like one extra attribute or whatever. It's obviously very focused in on like something that repeats 10,000 times or something, right? But my point is, like, performance on server rendering is like in a whole other dimension in terms of like it's a order of magnitude difference in terms of sensitivity to overhead, which is why when I started with Solid, of course I used the DOM on my server rendering because I was like, I already have this. I pulled out JS DOM and then I was like, okay, this is too heavy. What was the other one I tried after? I can't remember. But early days, I was like, I already have this. Why do I want to do stuff? I realized that putting the DOM on the server was so expensive that I basically made a whole different compilation target and changed how our reactivity works completely to make the performance difference change, right? So it's very difficult, situation to be in when, someone kind of comes in and is like, oh, now let's like render web components on the server. It's like, I know there's solutions that you don't need to emulate the full DOM, but the degree of DOM APIs is something I feel like we'd be sensitive to. Anyways, it's also a bigger ask when considering non-web custom renderers. This is what makes it hard to interface framework concept with context. It communicates along different channels. Context can exist outside of environments where you'd use web components or DOM elements at all. So using the DOM as a vehicle doesn't feel like a universal choice. Yeah. So yeah, I think there's a good solution for web components, but it's not a universal solution outside of web components, which makes it a little bit tricky. Lifecycle takeaway. DOM before web components were something that we know executed synchronously without hidden interceptable behavior. Now there's no such guarantees exist. There's solution with solved specifically for web components, but when frameworks are considering more than just web platform, relying on DOM mechanisms for things that come for free with framework's own reactivity system, whether based on virtual DOM or signals, is unnecessary. This makes web components no more compatible with frameworks than frameworks are with each other. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that's mostly what I was trying to get on there. Yeah. So far we've been talking mostly on consumption, and then these ones kind of tie on both consumption and authoring, but they're problems that only happen when you're trying to like straddle the line. It's not necessarily saying that web components should be framework components, which we talked about, which is the composition consideration. It's just saying that, like, if you play on both sides, this is where things get tricky. Reactivity generally works with singletons, so versioning, considerations also are some fun pieces. Anyway, sorry about that. Kind of got lost on my train of thought there. Let's go into, I think, my last mechanical piece that I talked about here, right? What did I do here? It doesn't end here. DOMs can clone custom different behaviors. DOM-based lifecycles can trigger synchronous asynchronously. This wreaks havoc on things like reactivity tracking context derivatives. How these details are important to interface with native DOM behaviors and events. They are also all things that JavaScript doesn't have to worry about. Okay. Yeah. So I was just expanding on this one. And then the last one is there's other idiosyncrasies like the way event targeting works in the shadow DOM. Some events don't compose, don't bubble beyond the shadow DOM boundaries. Some events don't bubble consistently because they don't recognize different target, like in focus in. We should talk about these for days, but I want to divert attention. Yeah. So this last concern here, when I talk about overhead, and don't get me wrong, this is not an exclusive list. This is what I came up with in that morning based on like what I remember from the last, few weeks, was this one, which is event. And to understand why events are a tricky subject, you have to understand that event delegation is very, very, very important to JavaScript frameworks. Let me see here. The reason for that is like, it's not just because we want the performance of being able to delegate events, but they're mechanically important for things like portals. They are important for things like selective or any kind of partial hydration, right? Basically, if you're familiar with partial hydration or selective hydration in React, they basically look at where you interact with the page. Like we actually load stuff up like in the synchronous inline in the page when we render it before the framework loads to capture and replay events so that we can ensure to prioritize parts of the page you interact with, or resumability. What parts of the code even need to load in the first place? Like if you have event delegation, you don't need to load all the code on the page. See, like there's this conflict. Like if you're building declarative UIs, you generally have to control the whole zone if you want to like it be declarative, right? You're like, here's what I'm writing, this is what I get. It's like kind of like a WYSIWYG kind of thinking. So it's awkward. It's hard to write something that's like that and then have it not run all the code. That's why a lot of hydration concerns are so tricky. This is why single page apps and optimizing for them, even with SSR, has not been an easy task. I talk about hydration being like the most difficult problem to solve in ages. But where the solutions come in are all based on event delegation. Right? Initially, let's see here. Yeah. See, I was saying, initially a lot of event delegation was to handle inconsistencies between browser, like, because they didn't all follow the specs the same, different events were different. We needed to kind of normalize. But over time, these features need more benefit, propagating events through portals, mitigate cost of hydration, even capture and replay. It's gone to a point where event delegation is a non-negotiable feature for frameworks. Yeah, so it's interesting because, like, as I told you, when I went in the Discord, people were like, oh, let's work on a spec for event delegation. And I'm like, okay. Like, I mean, I get where the intention is coming from. But this is where I was talking about before, where I wonder sometimes, like, whether like just one more framework will solve it. I'm sure, sometimes, on the spec side, I think we're starting to see this to be enough a trend that the conversation should probably start. React has event replay delegation. Solid does, Quick does. I don't think everyone else does yet, but this is one of those things that I think is going to be incredibly common moving forward. And what does this have to do with authoring? Well, it's one of those things that if event delegation breaks, stuff gets weird. I want to show you, not this one. It's so funny. This is like my GitHub autocomplete issue. This is like the most, like the one that they always associate with me on GitHub when I put it .com. And it's so funny because this is actually trying to figure out how to stream content to an HTML element, which is really important. And it's actually really appropriate for the stream because they like really, really wanted to have this feature in, but I forget, there's some reason in here why it doesn't really work. And then it finally came back when they added streaming into the declarative shadow DOM. Unfortunately, streaming into the declarative shadow DOM, isn't a generic enough solution for a lot of the things we have to solve, mostly because the slots have to be at the same height, no nesting. But it was just kind of funny that this issue. I've been looking at this issue for a very, very long time. Anyway, sorry, that's not what I was here for. It's just kind of funny aside. Well, maybe what I'm getting at is maybe this is our fault for thinking they're like framework component, but like why shouldn't we author? Like look at Lit. Lit authors components and in components. It works basically the same as any JavaScript framework, and you can put it on both sides. I know a lot of people use Solid to author their JavaScript frameworks, right? It's interesting, like about how to, if you want to benefit from resumability, you're going to need to potentially write that web component in quick. I don't know if actually web components will allow you to do that. Maybe that's the problem. Like maybe we shouldn't expect to have resumable web components, coordinated in the way. Like I saw again, the spec was around HTML, but like resumability is basically based off signals. It's a signals API. It's a very, very JavaScript based API. Anyways, where was I going here? There was an issue, right? Sorry, I'm just getting myself sidetracked here a little bit. I want to talk about events. So I want to talk about, what event am I thinking about? Focus in, yes. Focus in. I want to focus in. So, this is a good one because it's like focus is not working shadow root. I have to use onFocus, which is our non-delegated version. Okay, so I was given this issue where it's fine. I remade it in our playground so I can see it. So the idea here is when you click on a button, it gains focus, right? So watch the console here. When you click first time, you see 1. When I click the second time in the normal DOM, you see 2. First time, 1, 2. We switch back and we see it. But in the shadow root, when I click the first time, there's 1. Then I click the second time, doesn't work. Back to the first one, still doesn't work, doesn't work, doesn't work. And when I go back here, okay, now it works. And now it'll work again too. Okay. But then when I switch again, still doesn't. So basically, the focus isn't noticing the focus difference between these two buttons when I delegate. So you might be thinking, okay, maybe you need to like retarget it. But we actually already do retargeting. So what's going on here? Well, it turned out what I found out, what I didn't realize before, but it's part of the fun, is that what I decided to do is I put non-delegated event, like I manually put the event above both the shadow root wrapper, so there's no custom element involved, and above the normal DOM elements. And I did this exercise again. And again, when I'm doing it, 1, 2, this is still working. This one, not working. Same thing, not working. So I realized that it wasn't even something wrong with our targeting or expansion. It was literally the fact that because the target is the same from the outside, because what they do with the shadow DOM is that if the event bubbles past the shadow DOM, it treats like it's opaque. It treats the whole thing as the same element. But it's not just enough that like it impacts the retargeting. It actually doesn't bubble past that point. This event will never fire because it's the same target. So like it makes it pretty difficult. Like you understand why, right? Picture if this was like a hover event and you didn't want to differentiate between these things, or sorry, we're in the shadow DOM. Pretend this is a hover event. You're hovering the whole web component conceptually. You're not hovering the separate buttons. So you wouldn't expect, if I go here and then go here to fire off two different things, I guess, right? Or focus or whatever, like two different things. Like you expect the event to only happen once because I'm only focusing on this one complete shadow DOM element. But this is kind of broken for the perspective of like trying to use event delegation for stuff. And I mean, this has been kind of part of the problem. Let me show you something. DOM expressions. Let's go here. Packages, DOM expressions, source, client.js. Okay, let's go. Handle or event handler. Here we go. This is what our logic looks like now for event delegation. It's so funny because it literally could be like a third of the size, but first of all, we have to make sure that we are we keep the original targets because we have to like basically we do retargeting of the target, and we have to do retargeting kind of like a proxy over the current target. So as we walk up, it references the current node that we are walking up. And then now, because of the intricacies of walking up both web component trees and portal trees and stuff, yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like this is internal framework code. What I'm getting at is almost all the work we do is to undo retargeting. Like basically like retarget path 0. Like almost everything we do as a framework author is to undo what the shadow DOM does. And we can where we can. There's other places which we can't, like I showed with focus in. Another example of this would be like solid router. Let me see if there's let's go here. Someone was trying to use server actions from inside web components. Solid ones don't work with server actions. So, so again, I was like, what's the vanilla behavior? Right? Because I realized that if I made a web component, submit events don't compose, it's called. They don't leave they don't leave the form, like they don't leave the web component that they're part of. There's probably some security reason for this. I don't know, whatever. But they don't compose, which means that event delegated submit events don't work generally. So there is a solution to this, right? But it's just like a perfect example of like where like you're hoping you have reasonable behavior. The trick here, what I figured out was that if I just made a fake submit event basically, and just like, compose true, then we get past that boundary. So you can always manually fire the event yourself to make sure it goes up. But this is all like considerations as a component author you'd have to consider, because it's funny, it's the consumer that actually wants to make the decision here, in our case. But like basically, there's just a lot of innate behaviors, even on native stuff that already exists, that now are impacted by this shadow boundary. As I said, bubbles isn't the only thing you have to be concerned about. You have to also be concerned with composed, if you haven't heard of it. Yeah, I know. I'm just showing you the edge cases where this doesn't work. Where like we do the composed path, but there's a bunch of cases where following the composed path doesn't actually even work. Right? I mean, you're suggesting this is an intended behavior. Whether a form submit event is composed, I'm pretty sure is intended behavior. And as I showed you with the focus event, that seems very intentional. It's not, it's okay, but like, it makes sense. Like if you're viewing this as a contained thing and it gets focus, why would you expect focusing somewhere else inside the same thing not to be the same focus, so to speak, right? Like there's going to be, whether some of this is a bug or not, there is going to be a split simply perhaps because of the difference of expectations here. Right? Like How do you fix correct behavior? Right. More APIs to express intent to say like, oh, actually, I want to, because it's not on the firer's side. I don't think it's on. I mean, it could be on the firer's side. That's interesting. I'm not sure if it's on the firer's side or on the consumer's side. Because if it's on the consumer side, it kind of maybe is fighting the intent. Like the same reason we have open and close exist on Shadow DOM, right? They want to close it off, and the consumer can't go like, no, I actually want it open. But then on the author's side, then they'd have to actually account for the possibility of someone doing this with their components and other people not wanting them to do it either, because like whether I want to do it. So it's probably both sides, right? Because if it makes sense in that example I showed you for like this not to fire from like a base standpoint, because like I designed my element, it has focus, but like it's almost like we just want to kind of like have like God mode and walk around it. But I understand like you don't give your users God mode, right? Like there's like, I think this is a very interesting tension here, right? Between like intended behavior as a consumable thing that you're expected to use, and then like exploring that extensibility. We're having this problem with the signals proposal a little bit too. I mean, framework authors all finally agreed on stuff, but like if you think about it, the funniest thing about the signals proposal is it's almost anonymous that no framework actually wants to expose the signals API to their end user. Isn't that funny? We come up with a spec to standardize it, and you're like, okay, good, everyone can use signals. But one thing that all the first, like they need the internals, they need the details, they need like, you know, be able to traverse the reactive tree, know about the shape, be able to serialize, do all this stuff. But they also don't want to give any of that to the end users, because it could mess with their like ability. Like basically they could do stuff with it that would actually break the framework. So like there is this sort of tension here when you choose abstractions to block certain things for the sake of like making them not leak, so to speak. Like it is an interesting tension for sure. Because like I often say, like the problem with use effect, for example, in React is not that it's a terrible hook. It's that's when you see the leak in the abstraction. That's the escape hatch. If sometimes it's better, like sometimes escape hatches tie your hands terribly, right? Sometimes things kind of work at cross purposes. Like sometimes you give people an escape hatch and you realize, well, this means I'll never ever be able to do this optimization. And I think sometimes like it makes sense that when the browser implementers get into specs, that's what they're defending. They're like, look, guys, if we do this, we can never optimize this thing. So I don't know in this particular case. I'm just kind of, most of these examples are just kind of, they're not necessarily bugs. They're differences on perspective. Right. It should be a concern for the framework authors, but I'm saying I think the authors of the components might have a say in this. Web components are fine. They just have an encapsulated model that breaks many frameworks that are interested in controlling the render cycle. So like every framework. But I'm just saying, like, if you look it up, I've looked at this stuff before. I used to Solid actually, like when I created the list of events that I put on the that I delegate, I went against the composed list. I went through all the, very familiar with going through MDN docs and stuff and trying to figure out, you know, browser behaviors and stuff. So like the intention of a lot of these things are like spec'd somewhere. Okay, yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, web components and like frameworks don't want that. No, because our ability, like, it's what I was saying in the article about, like, we're going to a place where components are just in your head, just like frameworks are in your head. Like, it's a construct for your mind, and we compile them away. We get rid of them. We don't want anything in our way because it means that we can't optimize it. Like, I feel for Quick sometimes. They probably are going to have the hardest time with web components. And I think about future features I want to go in Solid, and every time I like think about it, I'm just like, man, this is just like, why are we fighting this thing that just doesn't? And you could be like, okay, well, this is just in your narrow view of things, which is fine, but it's tricky when you go like, it's not like we didn't consider web components. So it's like, it's just like not something of particular value to us. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's good for those examples. Yeah, I mean, I got nitpicky on some of the stuff. There's other, smaller things here and there. You look at this list and you're like, look, that isn't actually that bad, right? Maybe these things are solvable, but like a lot of these things are like, the reason I'm not convinced is because a lot of the times it's not about that I don't think people can fix problems. I think we will hit a point where the problems don't make sense to fix because the thinking or alignment around this goes so far that you're like, well, that's how it should work. And then it's like, okay, well, what can I do with that? Right? Either like step aside, don't try to, like, it's either just like resolve this. Okay. It's almost easier, I think, at times for frameworks to, I think I said it earlier, pretend that web components are just non-native, right? And then handle them, like section them off to a compiler, custom render to handle it. To be fair, the focus event, I don't know. I found out about that a week ago or two. But to be fair, it makes 100% for it to be spec'd out that way. That's why Apple killed the is equals. It's interesting to look at the issues on React 19. People are already like picking apart issues with the implementation. This is the problem. Once React said that like we're going there, now they're going to feel the full pain of it. This is just the start. Like it never ends. And I know you could say that about the DOM or any like tool. Like it's like, like everyone, the tool they use, they're never content with, right? Like you talk to someone and they're like, oh, React, I'm a React developer, but React sucks, you're next, like they get excited and they get to point there that they're like, it's true for framework authors. The tool that we use is the platform. Which is why the rhetoric from the I don't know, maybe they need their own category, but there's like a web component frameworks author kind of group. When people like make accusations of frameworks like not following the platform and all that, it's BS. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is the stuff we're dealing with every single day. Like, that's why when, like, as I said, so many of the responses, I'm just like, man, what like, I don't even know how to respond sometimes because it's like, what are you smoking? A lot of people web broken into optimal future. I'm glad we arrived there. It's too bad that wasn't like the obvious thing in the beginning. Because like I feel like when web components came out, people really wanted only two things. I wrote about this in my first article a few years ago. They wanted like a on connected or an on mount event for the DOM. And they wanted style isolation. It was like you gave people those two things and just like walked away and like saw what they did with it. We would have been in like a million times better state. This is not a new thing. I think I might have said this the first time 10 years ago. Like it's just so, it's so dreadfully like the problem. I mean, it's the same thing. It's when there's a desire that when you look, I talk about the article when I talk about suspense and stuff. When you see the pieces aligning, you're like, we need all these pieces to get where we need to get. So offering them individually gives us like a second way to do it. No, there should be a single way. And suddenly everything gets conflated. All the mechanisms become part of the singular solution. So like I can get how we can get there. It's just, I don't think it's, I feel a lot better about standards these days. And I think that web components were like a learning experience for everyone of like what not to do. So, I mean, there's positive there, right? I'm not surprised by that. It's just, it's very dangerous to be over ambitious on stuff. And the problem is like, we're not stuck with it, but we are kind of also stuck with it. I don't know. Is this a state of things that just continues on and on and on? Like, sorry, I just read this comment. I think a lot of frameworks have made sense that are either subtly flawed or fixed at a point in time where platform changes. Yes, because they did what I did. They went, clone node's faster than import node, and then they kind of just pursued on autofocus. This is something I think React has learned. When it comes to the small stuff, although I can't say this about back in time because they needed to universalize. If you provide a new mechanism, don't name it the same thing. Well, on change in React is not the change event of the browser. So like, I get why we're there, but it's you got to be careful not to just like substitute yourself in for the native behavior and call yourself as being different. This is something that frameworks have learned over time, right? Because I think this is a problem we used to do before. We used to be like, look, the browser does it this way. We'll like copy the same API of the browser and then make it like better to fit our needs. No, we should call it out as being different. Where it's possible, right? If we add extra functionality, we shouldn't use the same attribute name, so to speak. Attribute reflection is an example of a problem highlighted. Content attributes have some reflection rules, but there are exceptions. A lot of frameworks try to map content attributes to properties, but then yeah. And the thing is, because we spend all our time dealing with this, we are aware of this, and we have special case, and we do all this stuff, and it's kind of part of the game. And then sometimes our perspective on how to handle this stuff is wrong. Like it gets outdated. You're kind of like, oh, actually, we now because of this, we don't need to handle stuff. Like I acknowledge the change, but I think the challenge also here is this like, yes, there's always going to be those small details in the same way that when people are like, oh, web components don't do blank, they suck. And then they're like, no, but it's coming, or we can do it like this or that. Like there's a lot of misunderstanding there. And I think like, no, that's not the case. Let's not go there. But I do think some of it is actually still at a more fundamental level. And I think maybe it's not the whole community. It's just there's this feeling of, as I mentioned before, like this sort of I'm sorry, not to pick on Maddie here, because I've seen this so many times of that like where you go, they're not the same thing, they don't do the same thing, they do the same thing. Like this sort of duality that makes it like some of the rhetoric really, I guess it just like really has this conflict. It's why the harmony doesn't exist. Anyway, I I think I'm just gonna do at this point, just it's Twitter time. Kind of go over some of the stuff that I bookmarked. Some of it is web component related, so we should probably go with that. But I'm pretty much done with my prepared content, I think, about this. I mean, we need to talk about this, don't we? Maybe we just talk about this right away. Yeah, let's talk about this right now before I officially go this week in JavaScript. Lit is not a framework. The browser is the framework. What does this even mean? Well, let's listen first. Lit is not a framework built around web components or a framework that uses web components. Okay. Lit is a library that helps you build web components. Okay. It's an implementation in detail of standard web components that happen to use it. Okay. So I guess what he's saying is the fact that, like, going back to our, yeah, I guess what he's saying, but that has nothing to do with being a framework. But I think I get what he's saying. Like, he's saying that it's not. It's kind of funny because like lit HTML is a renderer that can render web components, right? Lit HTML is, you know, in here it's on this, like, it can consume web components. It handles attributes as props. It understands the upgrade lifecycle, you know, so to speak. Probably doesn't do automatic event delegation. Doesn't worry about reactivity on both sides, although it seems to be considered context. Context actually seems inconsistent with this positioning. Let's continue here. Lit's whole reason for existing is to make web component development easier. Okay, so it's authoring. We simply wouldn't have it if web components didn't exist. Filter one. We have no interest in building another non-interoperable framework. Okay. I miss lit HTML. Misses you too. Okay. I mean, lit HTML is still used, right? It's just the underlying render that you tend to use with your lit elements. Right, and if we get higher level APIs in the platform, lit can shrink down to maybe to 0. Right. Here we're getting the kind of more on the goal vibes. In a sense, I think this is good. It does sound like that. Like, nothing he said does not make lit a framework, right? Like, but it isn't exactly what I thought he was saying originally. Right? Like, we simply wouldn't have built it if web components didn't exist. We have no interest in building an uninterruptible framework. Right. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it is a framework, though. Let me just let's look at the lit docs. Okay, context, the way making data available in subcomponentry, lit context. Context involves context on key, provider, consumer, blah, blah, blah. Like, to be fair, this is an extra package, but to me, you don't have context unless you expect web components to be used in web components, right? Like this is because lit is creating a whole application. Like if you weren't going to just those guys who are the HTMX guys who are like, yeah, all my attributes are strings, I do it on the server, you guys I get, but the way lit HTML controls the props versus the attributes, context APIs, like what else do we have here? Composition, component composition, mix-ins. Actually, state's probably good. State management. So I think tasks, lit tasks. What do tasks do? Oh, okay. So it's a reactive controller. Okay. The key part is that it kind of ties into their system. Yeah, context is event-based. Yeah. I mean, if you could, no, I think that the React argument that it's not a framework is kind of silly, right? Same, like Solid is as much of a library as React is as lit is. I mean, I could argue that React maybe these days is less and less of a library, but we're about all the same level. And I mean, at list task, at list context, at lit, like, yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. This is just the reason part of the sentiment that like always gets me about this is there's like this my crap doesn't smell sort of vibe that I've been getting here, and I don't know if it's intentional in this one. This one is just like the inane like library versus framework thing, right? Because I think the claim is that lit is not a framework that comes out as an extension over web components. It doesn't control rendering beyond what's possible in web components. There's no additional scheduler. It doesn't attempt to cooperate with lifecycles beyond what it does the same. Right, but then you have context and tasks and signals and SSR and all of these things, right? Like it's a modular framework. It's built on primitives. I respect that. I love primitives. But it is, right? Like, let's see, view post engagement. Was this the one? I was getting like tons of responses in my. I just need there's this really long ongoing conversation in my. Okay, here it is. This conversation just kept on going. Yeah. So custom DSL, custom rules of hooks, directives, custom decorators, custom compiler is not a framework. I remember React calling itself a library too. So like there's this like, oh, decorator is a stretch. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Okay. And Dimitri's like, hooks are optional. But I mean, forget React. React hooks are optionally imported. I get what he's saying, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So where we go? It would be bizarre and impractical to do. Okay, so I like this part of the conversation. There's not a single React dev who hasn't used higher order components either. So you're making my point for me. All these things are offered by lit, features in the core docs, and people are using them. We can keep pretending that lit is just a small library or something. I bet many experienced React devs haven't used higher order components in years. I haven't for sure, and I expect new devs don't even know what they are. Do you expect separate set of docs? That'd be bizarre and impractical. Okay. If those are optional non-core things, what are they doing in the core docs often presented as a way of doing things? If they are part of of Lit's philosophy and way of doing things, Lit should own that and not pretend, oh, this is optional and this is a separate package. That's why we're just a library, not a framework. When in reality, go looking at what people build with Lit, all these optional non-core things are everywhere. It'd be bizarre and impractical to document them elsewhere. Okay, blah, blah. Why would it be impractical if not part of the core? They should be documented in whatever package they are, right? You can't pretend it's a separate package and have it permanently feature in your core docs as a default way of doing things. Okay. Framework versus library thing is a mindset. It's about the breadth of opinions. I always thought it was I always thought it was suspect with React. Where the code resides doesn't matter. It's when you cross the line from here it is, take it or leave it, to this is how all the pieces go together. What did I say here? Once a tool has opinions, even if categorically, about how to solve the problems adjacent to its purpose, it's extended its scope. Solid Start does not ship with Solid, a router, a metadata library. Like you could literally say it's just like a way of bundling use server over Vite. But that doesn't make it not a meta framework. Right? Right. What is my definition? Framework versus library is about the breadth of opinions, right? I think I said here, take it or leave it. Let's see if I define it better down here. Gray goes, this is nuanced, but Justin's talking about something different and very specific. When he says that Lit is not a framework, his point is that Lit doesn't define interface between components. It relies entirely on standard interface. Okay, to me, that has nothing to do with the identity of a framework versus a library versus whatever. A framework is something to organize our code/thinking, not an output format. The ideological trade-off, opportunity costs, i.e. like maintenance or opinions, like sometimes frameworks are more opinionated. So you're like, okay, I have to be stuck with that opinion, like lock-in, or like maintenance considerations, when framework updates are tied to the framework, so to speak, like these kind of thoughts, framework versus library, whatever, like they happen up to authoring time. They have nothing to do with the output. Good. So exactly the same as Solid and React. That's yeah. Right. Like my point isn't about the words. My point is he's intentionally trying to separate themselves on a distinction that's like basically superstitial. This is part of that like it's so funny because like I think Theo actually did a video a while back and he gave a pretty high tier rating to Lit, and it's because people who like frameworks generally don't have a problem with Lit because Lit is just another framework, right? Like you understand that when you buy into a framework, all the cost of maintaining and future proofing all of that is because you chose a framework. Lit, like if you built your web components completely vanilla, no external dependencies, try to keep the code small, kept it clean, up to the usefulness goes, because patterns, trends change, for sure that component's never going to change. But as soon as you introduce the framework, Lit, whatever, it can change. Trends, patterns, things change. You might not update, like you depend on something, right? You can always freeze a dependency forever, but you can do that without web components, right? Like we shouldn't, the impact of the interface being standardized is important for interop between the fact that I have, in theory, if everyone supported this standard, I could put this component in 10 different libraries, but it doesn't impact the future proofing of actually the solution itself, or the reality of how things move forward, not just standards update. People keep reminding me of the stream. I obviously know standards update. Like, it doesn't actually, version locking, all the stuff that we talked about at the beginning of the stream, and treating like it like it's something different or special here is, what's the term they always use? Disingenuous. Yes. I think this is one of my biggest pet peeves on this. It's not specific though to something like lit. It's just it's like kind of like a problem in this whole space where there's like a certain like idealism that overrides like the certain reality of things. Right. It's all semantics and over. It's like, you don't. I'm not trying to argue about what the meaning of the specific word is. Just saying that what things are in or not in the same category. That's how I see it. When he's sorry, yeah, different definition. If it's the only one that's representation in the standards process. I mean, for web components. You can take that both ways, right? Right. Like, they said they basically created lit to like align with the standards process. That was like the whole process. Like, they're literally trying to just pull lit into the browser, That's like their goal, it seems like. Why does lit have versions if web components mean you don't have to change? You guys are just being serious right now. I mean, do you know what else is standard? A script tag. Like, the funniest thing is, like, when I was talking about like the micro front end scenario, like, what did you do like a widget before you had a web component there? Don't get me wrong. I like how it's just a declarative thing. It's ergonomic, but like, you'd have a script tag that loaded the JavaScript code, and then you'd have a script tag that's like window.widget, call it with the arguments, and pass it the ID of the DOM element that you want to use. So like, from a very like base level, we've been doing what web components do like on the surface for ages, just with like a simple script tag, right? Obviously, making it declarative has benefits for server rendering. That's like DSD, game changer, right? But like, from like a skeptic kind of standpoint here, that's independent script tag is, it's just as isolated as your web component. Right. It just doesn't matter. My point is that these things are more similar than they are different. So, but the fact that they will completely continue to try and remind you that it's different is interesting. Yes, this is not. I mean, thank you. Why does any library have a version of Tarsa? Right, because things change, and no technology protects you from change. Anyway, anything else interesting happened in JavaScript this week? I don't know. Let's get out of my notifications. Give me a second here. I'm going to switch views while I prep for this week in JavaScript. It's probably going to be more web component stuff, but yeah, give me a second. Gotta just open up a few tabs. I know this is kind of long meandering, but I hope that some people found some value in this. I feel like when I watch some of the content, there's like it's hard. I obviously got directly into how should I put it? I got directly into a lot of the more aggressive attacking stuff. I didn't really get to and answer questions, but I didn't really get into something that I actually think is pretty important here is that like web components can do a lot of things, and they are very much under like a lot of people assume that there's a lot of things that they don't do that they do. So yeah, I hope I've made it clear throughout this that that isn't my concern, or that we can continue to find hacks and fixes to issues. It's just like at a certain point it's just like why am I still doing this? This week in web components, yeah. Yeah, no, sorry. I wasn't suggesting that it's attacking. It's just like the attacking are like the more like non-supportive web component perspective per se is what I was trying to say. Like I didn't get to focus as much on a lot of the stuff that I do find very positive. Okay, let's see here. What are we? October. When was my last stream? 2 weeks ago, 4th, 27th. Something like that. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. It's profile. There we go. Oh, wow. It's been a while, hasn't it? Okay. Yeah, so I got to go back to to the 20th. Okay. Cool. Okay. Let's just fire these off then. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, it's been like 3 weeks, which means I don't have time to do everything. We talked a lot about web components today. I'm gonna just we're just gonna fire through stuff. I'll get to Brisa in a minute. Yeah, this was talking about is being killed, and Jenna made a good point that a lot of the criticisms around the Shadow DOM, and I think that's true, especially because of an authoring perspective. But there's a new proposal, I guess, for custom attributes. Is it closed? I don't know. It's interesting to see all the people discussing in these things. A lot of people like Web Reflection. He was a big proponent of the is attribute. I believe native extensions, but yeah, also the original creator of the original thing that was like lit. I just can't remember the name of it right now. The original tag template literal thing. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, not Polymer. Lighter HTML. Was that it? Yeah. Or something. I think there was one before that, wasn't there? Like it was the original. Like it was even before lit HTML. Basically, within a couple months of each other, they'd come up with like the exact same solution. Anyway, not much to talk about here. Go. Rich Harris did a great job of defending the position. If I could build something for the time spent working around web components, Svelte would be a rich man. That's funny. Web components, tweets, breach, containment, expect videos. All right. Oh, I might need to cover this a different time. This is actually a great look at a presentation. It's talking about the tension in standards, helping developers be more productive, doing the right by users. We'll come back to that if we have time. Let's keep on going. Oh yeah, Lit. While we're talking about Lit Labs Signals brings new TC 30 proposal to Lit, which is cool. Check out our blog release. Okay. Signals with Lit. Yeah. What are signals? Yeah. Shared observability, pinpoint updates, interoperability, target re-renders, potentially improving performance. We're excited about Lit Labs. Example, share counter, Git. Yeah. So then, yeah, I mean, in this mode, I imagine the whole template re-renders because it's calling .git, pinpoint updates. Oh, okay. So add a syntax to say that, hey, I want to watch it. So this is kind of like the Preact solution. Future work, because the Preact solution doesn't solve structural reactivity. Eventually, we can understand what's potential of everything. Okay, blah 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 blah. Okay, interesting. Doesn't say much more than that, but I get the idea. So explicit syntax, if you want to opt into fine grain, like it's basically like, I think this has. I wonder if if it has to be a signal directly to do it. Yeah, this is one of the challenges I've been having. A lot of these frameworks picking up signals, especially ones with a re-render mentality around them, is that like they make the passing of the signal mean something. Watch might be better here because you could, in theory, make it an arbitrary expression, not just a direct signal. See, one of the biggest concerns I have, obviously, is overwrapping, which is like forcing things to be a signal or computed property directly instead of just being able to like use function expressions, because over time you end up like just making extra ones of these. Like, it's, if you need to wrap every expression in a computed, well, then you have n expressions. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you don't need that. Yeah, I'm just talking about the render approach specifically. Like I'm interested to see when people pick up fine-grained rendering. Right? Because if you've seen our tag template literals in Solid, you wrap, you pass in a function to the expression if you want it to be reactive, right? Like you just put function and then call count. In fact, what means if you just pass count directly in without watch, it works for our HTML thing. But we also don't have a re-render mechanism, so it doesn't make sense for us to work any other way. Whereas these do, yeah. I mean, it's okay. This is brand new. It's in its infancy, but it's definitely interesting to see here, right? Oh, right. We previously released Preact signals, but now they're trying to do a standard version. Yeah. So yeah, that's cool. Oh, is this why the web component people think that Preact came up with signals? Because Lit implemented Preact signals? That's hilarious. I get it now. So they didn't even hear about signals until like 2023 when Lit did that. Oh, that's cute. That's fine. It makes sense though. That makes way more sense. I understand. Like this is, yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's old. There you go. Since MobX, that's old school. Much respect. Okay. Well, that's cool. I think reactivity like this built in at a low level is very attractive. And I think that Lit combining it here is a good experiment for how, to handle this stuff on a basic level. I think it's going to be interesting as we watch over the next couple of years, reactivity change and signals implementations evolve from where they are today. Yeah, it's it's interesting to me. Just understanding the goals of both projects and how they diverge. It will be interesting to see where this lands. Okay. All right. This is, if you didn't see this already, you probably have. This is what Rich Harris was talking about in terms of upgrade timing. Because if you put something in a template, it doesn't upgrade. So xfoo here, like he's showing that a span is a span, and xfoo is not xfoo because it's just an unknown element at this point. But then once he appends it to the actual DOM, it becomes one. So it's under the hood, the actual like prototype like changes. This is weird. It's understandable, but it doesn't. I don't think this impacts frameworks all that much, probably, but it's kind of representative, of like just the oddness that comes in because of the repercussions of these kind of decisions. Okay, we talked about Leah's article. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. God, I have so many good things here. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I'm gonna go through my feed first and then we'll get there. Yeah, Astro Store went live with Astro plus Solid. Solid 1.9 is out. Just in time for SolidHack. SolidHack has started. For those who might not be aware, we're offering $20,000 in prizes. There's a whole bunch of categories. There's a couple categories, but then we have these like short run bounties almost. So like we're going to be releasing more bounties over the course. So you should check on Mondays. And yeah, it's running. If you want an excuse to try Solid, maybe win some prizes, this is a good chance. What are we doing? Yeah. So yeah, Solid 1.9 came out. This is the one I was talking about. A lot of these things, we finally added proper support for is attribute and web components, even though it's basically been canceled. What do we have? Handle event syntax. This is cool. For non-delegated events, we can now, I don't know if you guys know, you can pass objects to add event listener, and they call it handle event function. That's like, it's something the DOM does. We decided to use that to piggyback options objects onto the event. So it's kind of cool. So you can set capture or passive or all the like bubble, compose. You can now put that, I guess it's not bubble compose because those are on the firing side. Sorry, but you know what I mean. Like you can basically put the event handling like capture, passive or whatever on the actual object. We added Boolean support. This is important for custom elements. As I said, a lot of little quality of life improvements to help people using custom elements and web components. And one thing that'll make people happy, hydration mismatch errors now show you the part of the template which error. Got that feedback from the last stream when I did the thing about hydration IDs. So in 1.9 now, when we say, hey, can't find ID blank, we'll actually show you the template that doesn't match. So yeah. Oh yeah, you guys want, you wanted to see the hackathon. I think we linked it down. No, did we like not actually link? Okay. Sorry, my bad. That was the second tweet. It's this one. hack.solidjs.com. Sorry. Let's do this. It's a long running thing. You have 33 days till we close submissions. So you got lots, yeah. All right. Nice. Clerk plus Solid. Now in the docs. Very happy to see little things like that. Happy people helping in docs in general. We went from 70 to 43 issues this week in the docs repo, thanks to fantastic people making contributions. Big thanks, shout out, from the Solid Docs team, and obviously personally big shout out to Sarah and the incredible work she and people who work on Docs do. So just really cool to see this kind of help from the community. Docs are incredibly important. Let's keep on going. Yeah, this month in Solid. I'm just gonna do the Solid stuff right now and get out of the way. Yeah, again, a lot of if you saw this release here, a lot of contributors from our community here, but if you actually go to the actual release notes and commits, you'll see that almost all of the work, like 90% of the work of this release was done by Tito, our new fellow, doing amazing work. Big web components supporter, so very awesome. Officially has a fellowship position with us, so we're putting our open source collection funding towards him continue his development work on Solid. Right. Let's get back here. What else we got? ViteConf happened. A lot of fun. You should check it out. Oh yeah, Quantum, decent overhaul. This is exciting because Tori 2, I believe, is like full motion now. So this is using Solid Start to build with Rust to build what's the term, native apps, like things that are like non-web, so like mobile and like desktop and stuff. Very, very cool. Full kind of framework for that. So you're talking about potentially like React Native letting you, having this place where you have that code base and you can use all this stuff together, React Native all together. Maybe this is the future here for Solid Start, Quantum, Solid Start. Hope maybe we have something comparable. Demo for micro front ends. You guys all know how I feel about micro front ends, but still incredible work from the community again. Giorgio, usually known for his work with Quick, he's a core team member, but he went through the effort of actually making a Solid Start micro front ends demo. So big props here. Very, very appreciated because it's an area that I don't usually get to looking at, and I think that's really cool. Well, if we have Clerk, now we have an article on how to use it. So thank you very much. Okay, caught up on Solid news. Let's keep on going. Oh, you're talking about the Vite talk? Yeah. It's good, yeah. It talked about the effort we put for the Aurora project for funding from Chrome team and how we pushed serialization forward. It is an interesting topic for those who care about that, kind of bridging the bounds between client and server. Right. Okay, so done with that. Let's keep on going. That, talked about that. Okay. ViteConf. Sweet. Okay. Now we're up to date. Let's talk about other stuff on this list. Okay. Okay. You probably noticed in the chat of even today, and if you've been around Twitter, you've been seeing these little things poking in about this framework. I've been hearing about it for months now. It has been released. New JavaScript framework. So let's take a quick look. I doubt we'll have time to go that deep here, but whenever someone announces a new JavaScript framework, I'm interested to see what their angle is. Today, I'm excited to Brisa, a full stack framework that allows you to mix server components, server actions with web components and signals. Okay. So it is a server component setup. It looks like SSR page entries are rendered on server and streamed to the client, including SSR web components that can declare shadow DOM under the hood. Okay, including SSR. Okay, so this is using web components fully as a protocol for the client components, and then it uses, okay, interesting. Static site generation, sure. Partial pre-rendering, sure, makes sense. Reactivity, prop attributes. Okay, so it's using web components with signals. Okay. The advantage is that props are optimized in build time, so you can write them as frameworks like React do. Right. I guess I'm interested to see how it sets this up. But my guess is because web components are components, that it can identify that the props, like that a component is a component. One of the challenges with like Solid or React, and you even see this with HMR and stuff, is we don't know what components are components. So if we wanted to like reverse destructuring or something, we actually have to like know where to do it. And when you say, hey, here's a component, you can do that. Obviously, I think reversing stuff like destructuring has other negatives, but let's keep on going. TypeScript, CSS, API, yeah. It's a lot of good features. Tori, unified tooling, bun managed tooling, HTML streaming over the wire. Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sounds cool. The server action signals thing is interesting, where server action, you can make web component react without needing to re-render in the server. Okay. Building little JavaScript. Okay. Component looks like, okay, looks like a typical JSX component, and then is compiled without minify. Dun, 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 count on click, blah, blah, on click. Okay, okay, okay. Where is count? Plus, plus. Is count red in this anywhere? Span name count value. Where's the span? Aha. Count value. Okay. See this little function here? This tells me that this does fine-grained rendering, more than likely, which is good. So this is not this. Okay, so it's using compiler heuristics similar to what we do in Solid. It sees that it's a property access and wraps it. Whereas name, I'm gathering, is not wrapped. Or though, actually name.value. Interesting. How did it know that it was a signal? Oh, I see. The prop, oh, it's the reason they don't do destructuring is because they don't reverse destructuring. Every prop is a signal, so to speak. That's interesting. I wonder how they do in checks or handle. Yeah. Okay. Shape changing. Okay. Yeah, but I'm. Yeah. Control the signals, clean the web component. We also don't need extra client code to manage server actions. Just a small 2 kilobyte RPC that is added when using signals. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. The code for actually doing like use server or stuff doesn't take very much. With international standards in 2 worlds, server client, routing, translations. Okay, sounds all like good stuff. One thing that I'm interested in, although I wouldn't put it in a support blog, I'd be interested in the author about why they wanted to create another JavaScript framework. I do see one interesting feature here with the server actions potentially. Our function arrow functions are executed in the server once the user interacts with the page. So you can. Okay, sorry. Oh, do you know what they're doing? Because everything is a server component, any functions you pass to it, they automatically are just wrapping them. That's why they don't have to use server, because, oh, that's clever. Child component, and then you're saying you can pass them through. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Parent component, da, 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 da. Yeah, so I think I get it. The reason, like, because their whole world exists on the server, they're assuming that the only touch point are those, like, I guess, web components. Then essentially, oh, that's interesting. It's not that though, actually, because this is all on the server. So basically, yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about event delegation, I'm gathering this has to be using some form of event delegation, because like you're not going to go on and attach like submit events to things that you otherwise wouldn't hydrate. Okay, that's interesting. Anyways, probably not going to get into this too much right now, but we have another framework doing here. I think the unique features we should point out is that it's a server component first architecture that uses signals to do fine-grained updates. So anyways, that's good on that. I should tell him what I do say to every framework author, although I don't know if this will be challenging for him given the way it works. It'll be fine. He should enter Brisa in the JS framework benchmark. Anyway. Here's an interesting question. Okay. Another Justin tweet. Some people like to point out that TC39 Pros with polyfill is slow, which I don't quite get. Polyfill may be slow right now, but polyfill isn't the proposal. We can have a different polyfill implementation with the same standard API. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to remember why I bookmarked this. Yeah, I agree. Shouldn't the polyfill be at least as fast as other market alternatives? Even if the signals are accepted at some point, people will need the polyfill for years. Our idea implement a better polyfill once it's accepted. I mean, it's a work in progress. I really know much about the polyfill. It's currently slow. That is based on Angular signals library. All I know. I hope the fast libraries could be used instead. It actually annoyed me that several folks have written new signals implementation since this proposal purely for speed versus PRing some work to make the polyfill fast. To me, that says I don't care about OSS. Yeah, this is a terrible take. God, this is terrible. If someone wants to build something and they want to build it fast and they don't want to be involved, like, it's fine, right? Like, how are we going to find out new ways to make signals faster? What if the actual, what if there's a problem with the design of the proposal right now? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get why people have this opinion. Evan Yu tears him a new one. Ironically, it's done more impact loads than you ever did. It's just an unfortunate choice of name. It might be nothing wrong with build the fast possible materials that fits one's use case at hand. Being free from polyfill constraints is what allows it to be fast and first. Upstreaming is the only possible way having implemented this version first, and you couldn't have played suggesting doing. Okay. Yeah. Block. Wait. Oh, I'm so. Oh, he's saying blocking Evan Yu. I thought he was saying blocking himself. Like, because his comment was so dumb. Oh, I'm confused. Okay, I get it. So he said Evan Yu's response is block worthy. Okay. Anyway. All right. It's just sad that we don't try to collaborate. No, I mean, you can collaborate, but then sometimes you just got to make the thing that's faster. Usually what this process involves is you usually find something that exists and you try it and you're like, this isn't working for me. And then you try something else and you're like, this doesn't work for me. And then you're like, okay, can I do it better? Right? Usually that's the process. And you like, I remember when I was working on Solid originally, I was looking at surplus. It's like, can I make improvements to surplus? And you're like, okay, does this fit within the goals of the project? And then you kind of go, okay, like, I think there's more considerations until I don't think just goes out to build something. But even if they didn't check the state of the art, if the result of that, and we see here from this guy who does impactful OSS stuff, apparently, if the result of that is something performant and something better than what's out there, how can that be anything but good? That like, collaboration is good, but making something new that's better than what's been seen before is even better. Like, sure, we should all collaborate. It's good that we can, improve things, but being able to like expand the space that we have available for us, venture into new zones, like that, it's super important. My process of 4 can submit appearance. Right, but like, yeah, I don't know. I, I guess maybe I'm like ultimately I'm like a little bit more on like the ultimate Darwinism side, right? I'm just like it's okay if not every new library that someone whips up on a weekend survives, but it's good that people continue to push the boundaries. Most of the time people are doing what they're doing intentionally, so they're like, if you're saying like, come and do it this other way, like it's worth putting out there if it's the project you use, the project you care about, but otherwise it's kind of like, you know they're doing what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with people working towards their goals. Those on their own signals lab are likely happy to talk about it, provide guidance for anyone trying to improve polyfill or even competing signals lab. Yeah. Like, I saw platform had X and I wanted X, so I built Y because I wanted to own X. I mean, sure, who cares? They can do that, and if they do better, then good on them, right? I don't know. This is like that's like the alternate extremism on this side of things. You don't want to discourage innovation or trying new things for the sake of standardization. Standardization is like eventually comes for us all, kind of like death. But like you know the opportunity to push boundaries, we have to take it where we can. I think this tweet was less contentious than Fred's quote tweet. I know. This is just showing that server rendering is positively impacts largest contentful paint. I mean, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to understand why this is the case, right? I don't even know what client side Astro even is, so I don't completely understand what this graph's showing, but this is pretty consistent with what we know, right? Even where these things go. I know Fred made some comment about Nuxt and all this stuff and saying like, at a certain point you see enough of these, you should own it. That's probably fair to a certain degree, but on the other hand, like, yeah, I don't know. Astro's in a position where for LCP is what they sell, so they can push hard on LCP because they know they're the winner, right? Right. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, here's this. Perhaps you're building local first remotely. It's good to have flexibility to build spa, but you should be careful to choose the right tool for the job. Yeah. Yeah. So I said most things are general. Astro is a little bit more streamlined, like on like we are server, we don't try and take on the other side. So that's why, this, like, sometimes you pick a tool and it has a clear win. In this case, SvelteKit does really well here, and it usually does. Solid Start is usually relatively close. We're not on this graph. Quick is usually up here as well. It's just, yeah, I mean, this is not particularly new. This looks like all the data that we see for this. I thought this was cool. Migrate your Svelte 4 components of Svelte 5 syntax with a single command is now available as latest. Check this out. Just a side note in terms of like tools, like this is Svelte today, right? Export let is your prop coming in, and then you're setting count to initial value. It's funny because this is almost like the create writable version, except it's never syncs again. Anyways, migrate components, Svelte syntax. Bam. Interface props, pull it out. Should value state derived there. Look at that. Isn't that nice? I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool. Only a side point is it's almost like they did their own meme against themselves. Remember the old like let state meme? And then it's like, so I mean, I can understand why the Svelte community is kind of a bit torn here, because I mean, this looks a lot like other frameworks now. Like Svelte before had a very distinctive look, and now this is a little bit more interesting. But the tool to make this possible seems really helpful. That's cool. I think that's all I really have for this week. I mean, I there's no way I have enough time to dive into this. I do, man. I'm so torn on this because it's so on topic for today's stream. That's awesome. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. Let me know if you have any issues. Just want to hopefully. Yeah. I know you've been putting stuff in the Discord, but yeah, we should talk about the specific stuff you've faced on there, because we've been fixing bugs, but I know that the Vinci move has introduced some challenges, and I really want to get to the bottom of them. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Language evolution problems. What do we care about? Like, we talked this whole stream about standards, right? So is this the right one? Stakeholders. We evolve language to help developers. We want developers to be more productive, better match mental models, enabling blah, 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 learning WASM. Essentially, how do we help developers? By abstracting away complexity, by introducing new abilities, explicit coordination points. Abstracting away complexity moves it, not removes it. This is a great point. Complexity move from tooling and developer to language implementation. Application level complexity. Negative impacts limited to applications users, easier and faster approach. Implementation level complexity. Negative impacts are broad, impact all implementation, i.e. browsers, users, harder to slow to patch. Yes. What about the users? I think this whole thing is about the tension, because if you look at this original slide, this is DX versus UX, right? This is always the tension. And it's interesting when talking about standards that I think a lot of stuff is, what do you, like, security things can cause this to come out? What user impact do new language features have? Almost always negatively impacts security, performance negatively or neutral, stability sometimes negatively, app features positively. Yeah. Yeah, I this is probably too detailed for me to get into right now. It's just interesting because aren't the negatives the user opposite the developer? No. This is the slow clap. I mean, it's clearly it's a polarity. I'm not saying no wins for developers, wins for users, but yeah. I love the acknowledgement here of this, because yeah, I mean, I'm glad this is what the conversation is, right? The tension here. Interesting. So their concern is that we've focused on DX too much. I mean, I would say this is the case in frameworks, but for JS, how do we get there? Interesting. Language. I'm glad that this is the conversation that's being had here. This is great. It'd be interesting if frameworks could have this kind of conversation, because this is great. Rough guidance from the bars, new capabilities, simple understanding, high confidence use cases. If I should just share this in chat. Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, let me just put it right in there. Engines being conservative, stop evolving the language. This is like all the same tensions we talked about on the website. Yeah, intermediate tools. Interesting. Let's try JS as the ecosystem uses it. I see. So there's a JSO language implemented by engines. Yes. So they want to like have almost like a library, like a framework, interesting, like on top of JS, so they could test proposals. Okay. Calling for more tooling. Yeah, so they want to get more people involved. I guess that's the common thing here. There's this tension, right? If everything keeps on going to user space, like how do you promote standardization? So how do you encourage people to be more involved? Because that's what standards need. They need more people involved. In some ways, it is like the framework. So you need more people involved to make sure the right things happen. Okay. I guess they're worried about standards not moving fast enough. Huh. This is an interesting proposal. I don't know how I feel about this yet. This is probably the biggest thing that I honestly, this is huge. I yeah, I don't have, there's too much for me to think about right now. I honestly didn't read this too much in detail. I just saw the DXUX. I didn't see what the actual proposal was. This, I don't know how I feel about this yet. I'm not gonna lie. I have no hot take for anyone right now. This is something. I'm glad this didn't slip under my radar. I think more people should look at this stuff. It's great. The TLR is we stop adding sugar to JS and start adding only actual features that you can't get via tools. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. As does Theo. Yeah, I honestly haven't had a chance to look at this. It's not what I, like the arguments leading up to it. You're all like, yeah, that makes sense, and then you go, huh. Okay, let's see what I can do. It's going to be a week, so I might have to watch Theo's video before then. But yeah, I'll definitely get my opinion on this. Okay. I bookmarked it because I could tell that it seemed important, but I did not look at this. So that's on me. Anyway, it's late. It's been a good week. I hope there was some value in this conversation that we had today. Web components and standards are a tricky subject. I hope you understand once we dug into the technical stuff why I didn't spend as much time there. It's nitpicky. It seems like they are all independently solvable problems, and maybe they are, but like every solution involves like the next monkey patch, the next thing, and I just it's it's like this isn't the starting line. This is just like what we're left with, which is good. Maybe the list whittles down, but at a certain point, when I look at our code, I look what we do. I wish I could just like rip a whole bunch of it out. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Get you all next time. All right. Have a good weekend.